Okay, so good afternoon to everyone. Let's get it started. The item for discussion now is our proposed private sector engagement strategy. I just want to maybe refresh our own memory and why we have this product ahead of us and for discussion. Actually, this is a baby coming out of the GEF7 replenishment discussion. And you may recall that during the GEF7, we really aimed high, and we all thought about how we can really transform the key economic system, be it a food or a city or a forest or actually circular economy. And then we all come to understand that in order for us to really make it happen, we need to involve everybody, and from national to city government, the subnational, and we need to involve the CSOs, we need to involve the academia, but of course, the most maybe critical actor to be involved is actually the business and finance, and that's how the actually replenishment participants and the later council rightly requested us, the secretariat and the council, to come up with a private sector engagement strategy. And to be maybe also honest, that we, the GF, has done some of them quite good private sector involved projects and program, but I think that the request was really rightly made, that we really need to do much more systematic, not the ad hoc, not opportunistic. We really need to have a much more strategic and systematized approach, so that we can really achieve the goal of the GEF7. That's how this request of the private sector engagement was made, and one of the first requests, part of the request is that we need to establish the private sector advisory group so that they can advise us to come up with a good strategy. And you may recall that the last council meeting, we have actually presented a list of those and 12 private sector advisors, and then you kindly approved it. So you have those 12 advisors and part of the attachment. And today, actually, we quite pleased to have one of the advisors, that Helen Crowley is actually here with us. So we have an opportunity to also listen, to hear from her directly, that how, from private sector point of view, that how this strategy may what it will do. So without much ado, I'd like to ask that actually that Matthew, that our private sector, how do you call it, specialist, that who is kind of taking this journey, and then so he will make a presentation of the PSCS, and also that Helen has kindly agreed to also jump in and share her view and from private sector advisory group point of view. So Matthew and Helen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to, and the council members for the opportunity to present the summary presentation this afternoon. You have the draft document in front of you, and this presentation this afternoon will cover off the process by which we undertook to come to the draft engagement strategy, the key elements that we took into account. Helen will provide some insight and some expertise into the recommendations that were made by PSAG, and then how we then incorporated those into the core elements of the private sector engagement strategy. So you'll be familiar that we have the PSAG. We were very grateful to the PSAG for their contributions, very enthusiastic contributions, as you note. A broad representation from industry sectors, from geographies, from large and small scale members, representatives of the private sector. And we were very pleased to have strong engagement from all members. The process that we undertook was to undertake a series of consultations with the PSAG and review periods. These were undertaken through teleconferences, and then we had a very productive face-to-face meeting in Lisbon this year, and then we drafted the points for the engagement strategy. The objectives, I think, reflect those that you are quite familiar with, and I would make the point that it is a private sector engagement strategy. The rationale, the business case for engaging the private sector, I think, is very well covered in the GEF 7 programming direction. So this particular document focuses on how best to engage the private sector. So it's more of a how document rather than necessarily an action plan or a rationale. The objective, of course, is for us to work through systemic approaches to address the drivers of environmental degradation. So working in a market transformative capacity that supports innovation and recognises the various roles of the private sector beyond merely finance. Although finance is important, we understand and take note of the numerous contributions that the private sector can make, private sector at all scales, to achieving the goals of global environmental benefits. And an important point is that we want to make sure that we emphasise the durability benefits of working with the private sector, where investment from the private sector and participation from the private sector can help support project longevity and project success in the long term. Members will note that in the GEF 7 programming directions, we had the two pillars of working with the private sector. The first pillar, of course, is blended finance, non-grant instrument. This particular engagement strategy focuses on the second pillar, which is market transformation. So if we can bear in mind that that's the overriding framing for the engagement strategy, it's really how do we start to address the drivers of environmental degradation and really bring the markets and the power of value chains to the fore so that we can really start to see the transformative shifts. I'll pause here for a moment and ask Helen Crowley to provide some findings and recommendations of the PSAG that we undertook through this process.
Thank you. Let me properly introduce Helen. Sorry, I should have done that in my opening. Helen, Dr. Helen Crowley was the head of sustainable sourcing and innovation at Caring, France, and then she is very well-known figure. That the last time I remember that she popped up here at the World Bank IMF annual meeting and gave us a huge and inspirational presentation that how the demand can actually shape the value chain of that the important product, and be it it's fashion or be it food or whatever. And actually the reason I came to know the opportunity I came to know Helen is actually through one of our GF project. I think it's Gold project, GOLD Gold project, and actually the council approved it a few years ago. It's a GEF 6 project. The GEF 6 project, and this is actually one of my favorite projects. Why is that? This is to address mercury, how to take the mercury, this toxic chemical, out of artisanal gold supply chain, and because mercury was used for this artisanal mining of the gold, and it really caused a lot of environmental harm as well as health harm. And so we link up that this value chain of the artisanal gold from indigenous community of the Latin America, of the Africa, through refinery company in Europe, and actually the end demand is actually the consumers, so that like a watch company, that the jewelry company, and a computer company, so that and that's where that Caring actually pop up as a very strong ally to actually shape the demand for a cleaner gold, so that the role that of her company or her allies play is more like the shape of that demand from end user side, and she presents the community presents a very big off-taker market. And I recall very well that the GEF7 replenishment discussion in Ethiopia. I think that some of the people actually asking why this luxurious company needs the GEF money, but the point is that it's not that she needs money, it's more like an off-taker market can shape the demand on the through entire value chain. So that was the point. And I would like to have that kind of discussion more, and for the entire GEF7 and also going forward. So that's why that I personally are very much appreciating that your demand, GEF7 participants' demand and council demand to create this private sector advisory group to actually advise us to do this kind of thing more systematically. That's how we came to know Helen, and she already played a huge role to us through some of our projects. Now that's a bit long introduction, but I really would like to ask Helen to have you about representing PSAG in this exercise. So Helen, yeah.
Thank you so much, and thank you. It's a great privilege to be here talking to you today. And I wanted to just reflect a little bit on the PSAG and the way that rolled out and my thoughts on that. But I also wanted to give you a little of context more broadly about the evolution of sort of private sector sustainability efforts. And I think that's an important context in which to think and frame how you go ahead with PSAG and so on, just to sort of understand there's quite a rapid evolution happening in private sector approaches to climate, to biodiversity, and so on. So let me just start firstly with the PSAG. So it was a really terrific experience to be involved. There were as Matthew said, everyone was committed, enthusiastic, and really quite excited to be involved in this GEF and trying to understand, well, what is GEF and what does it actually do? And then learning about how powerful GEF can be in the world and is in the world in terms of delivering outcomes that are so essential for everybody. There was a real energy in this group. And the group, as Matthew mentioned, was large multinationals, but also smaller enterprises. And it's really important also to remember that with the large multinationals like Caring, like Mars and so on, is that in fact we're made up of a lot of smaller enterprises throughout our supply chains. And one of the important things when we look at how private sector can engage in biodiversity, climate, zero mercury use in gold mining, whatever it is, that it's about engagement across a supply chain. And it's about a more collaborative approach across our supply chains. So it's about building a network of shared vision and action with many enterprises around the world. So it's a really interesting place to be amongst both representatives of smaller enterprises, representatives of larger companies, and all of us sort of working and trying to figure out the best way for us as enterprises to help and support and leverage the outcomes that we all want. So when it came to the recommendations, I'm not going to go through the slide because you've all read it by now, but I just wanted to reflect on a couple of things. I think I think these are really, really important. They seem sort of somewhat general, but in fact, it's really key, for example, with the corporate leadership, that we really do support the right pathway forward for leadership in companies to take a stance on issues. And it's hard to do that for companies sometimes, especially in the world of science and conservation and climate, and what bit do we stand up for? What changes do we make? How do we really stick with that? And so I think this support, creating a sort of a place where companies can learn about what the right positioning is on these issues and understand what's going on out there in the broader scientific conservation practitioner policy environment is really valuable. And I think this idea about collaboration and collaborative approaches, again, it sounds, well, yeah, of course, who doesn't agree with a collaborative approach? But it is really hard, and we're trying to do something that's really hard, this transformation of the way we do business and the way we make sure that we create value, not just product, but value and positive outcomes out there, and not just financial value. And that takes thinking from different perspectives, and it takes collaborative approaches, as I mentioned, not only across our supply chain, but across other sectors and other areas of expertise. And we're trying to nut out and solve some pretty hard problems and transform the way we do things. So the collaboration is absolutely essential. And then a little bit to the point of what Naoko said, the private sector definitely has a role to play, an absolutely essential role in helping drive the positive feedback that is actually needed in supply chains to deliver the right practices on the ground and the right outcomes. It's not going to be everywhere the right partner to do everything. So where are the appropriate places within the GEF world, within supply chains, where we can leverage the power of the way business does business and the way business wants to do business better to get the outcomes that we all agree. So there's some really important elements to these recommendations. Now let me just reflect a little bit on more broadly what's happening in corporate sustainability. And I've been involved in different ways in that for a long time. Show how old I am, at least 2 decades. And there's been a really amazing shift. I would say, 20 years ago we talked about environment, health and safety, and it was about really very internal operations in a company and how we make sure that things work relatively smoothly and that we just meet compliance, we meet regulation. It was about compliance. And there's been an evolution and development definitely in the last 20 years, but I'd say in the last 5 years, it's been pretty remarkable. We've moved rapidly through CSR, corporate social responsibility, where we're telling more of a broader narrative about what we're doing as companies, to now sort of sustainability, where we're holding ourselves and we're being held accountable more and more to outcomes, and not just practice and commitments, to outcomes and impact. And it really has been a rapid and positive evolution in the way corporates, and I hesitate here because I hate to represent the entire private sector. I'm representing a small part of it and a leadership group within that, but you've got to start somewhere, and leaders will bring out what needs to get done, and others will follow. So there has been this really interesting movement from, we're not just doing less bad, where we've got to do more good. But even now with science-based targets on climate and the new emerging science-based targets on land biodiversity and so on, is this aspiration of, okay, what's the fair share? What do we need to do? What's the piece that we need to do to show our commitment as corporate citizens? And so, but let's be clear, we are on this journey, and the evolution continues, and there's a lot to do. So that's, again, why this is so important. And the PSAG is, we need partners to help us, and collaboration to help us understand what the right way forward is. Just to reflect quickly on why that evolution has happened, or how that evolution has happened, and it's really about, there have been 4 things. Regulation has changed rapidly. The duty of care regulation in France is a good example of how companies have to really report on what's happening in their supply chains. There are many other examples of how regulation is really shifting. The investors are starting to really think more about their risk and understanding how they invest in companies, and the Task Force on Climate-Related Risks is sort of an example of that. Stakeholders of course, consumers, but other stakeholders, whether they're disclosure projects, corporate benchmarking initiatives, consumers are demanding to see evidence of companies being good corporate citizens. And there's a transparency of supply chains that couldn't have existed a few years ago. I mean, the level to which third party, outside a company, can map and trace what's happening in supply chains is pretty remarkable. And so there's this like new transparency out there that, you know, we have to really show we're doing what we're saying we're doing. So those are drivers for why we're missing this rapid evolution. But I'll add one thing that's really important. It's not just about being driven because of risk. And there's the flip side to risk, it's also opportunity. There is also a deeper understanding, starting to be a deeper understanding about the impacts and dependencies on nature and climate that come. And this is coming through, whether it's through corporate natural capital accounting, whether it is through exposure of risk and therefore opportunity through what the World Economic Forum is showing are the risks, and, you know, so the 5 top related, or the top risks are environment related. It's also an understanding that this whole sort of relationship between value, price, and cost is shifting. Creating value is not the same thing as pricing, and it's not the same thing as the cost that has. So there's starting to be a more sophisticated understanding, and you know, there will be a report coming out from World Economic Forum, the New Nature Initiative, the New Nature Economy, on risk, and it basically says that 15% of global GDP is at risk because of industries that are highly dependent on nature, and that 37 trillion, so 15% is around 3 trillion. $37 trillion of global GDP is at risk through the fact that companies and industries are moderately and highly dependent on nature. Now, things like that get the attention. So it's risk, but it's also opportunity. Okay, we have to look at nature as companies. We have to understand how better to do things in the way we do business. There's no more choice. We need to be at the table. We need to be thinking creatively and co-creating with sectors who know a little bit more than us about how to do the solutions on the ground in supply chains, in regenerative agriculture, in restoring rangelands, in protecting forests, in zero deforestation, and it goes on and on. How do we do that in our supply chains? How do we make sure that our gold does come from the mining operations that are really delivering livelihood and environmental outcomes, and not from ones that are poisoning rivers? And we really need to work together on that. So my final is that, you know, we are on this pathway. We're on a journey. We've got to create. Someone once said to me, Helen, there are too many journeys. It's exhausting. We're always on a journey, but we are. Okay, we're on a mission. We're on a mission. We've got 10 years. We're on a mission to really change the system and to make a difference for all of us. And there's a recognition from the private sector that we have to play a role in that. And it's essential to our business and it's essential to society. So I think we all agree that, but it's tough. It's transformational change we're talking about, and working through something like the PSAG and the work that Jeff is doing, and having relationships and communication back into you all and what you represent as stakeholders, as experts, as people that know policy, that know lessons learned, that know the good approaches, that know the outcomes that are needed, is hugely valuable for companies. And I think it's a two-way communication. I think you can also learn from what companies' pragmatic approaches and needs are. So I think I'll finish now. I've probably gone on way too long. But thank you so much for indulging me on this and for listening. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of PSAG. I think it's a terrific initiative. And as I say, I encourage you to continue it, but that it's a journey together and a co-creation that we need to work on to make that work. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. It's really wonderful. Now, back to Matthew to continue this PSES.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that insight, Helen. And I think, you know, taking into account that level of complexity and the constantly evolving nature of private sector engagement, we boiled this down to what we call 3 core strategic elements. These are displayed here in the sense that they are mutually reinforcing, not 3 separate pillars in that sense. The first I think you'll see here is working with multi-stakeholder platforms. Now, within the document, you'll see that we've identified a range of, some typologies, some examples of some of these platforms, and the types of benefits that they can bring to the GEF partnership, and I might elaborate a little bit on those. So multi-stakeholder platforms, if we remember, the objective of this strategy is to drive market transformation. So what do platforms bring? Well, the first thing they do is they bring the market and the supply often together. So this is one way that we can address the drivers and the implementation with one particular mechanism. So multi-stakeholder platforms generally represent value chains. So they represent those organisations that are consumer facing, but they also represent the producers within those value chains, logistics providers, finance institutions, and in many cases research and development. So we're thinking much more beyond simple supply chains, but all of those organisations that we need to be involved if we are to shift the markets to a higher level of sustainability. So the scale, the reach, and the geographic scope of working with platforms is the strong rationale for why we wish to work with them. And I can elaborate further, but certainly you have those well documented within the draft strategy. The next point is recognising the various roles that the private sector can play. So this private sector engagement strategy is not a corporate level engagement strategy, it's all scales of the private sector. And at different levels, we see different roles that the private sector can play or could play. So this strategy recognises the roles that the CEOs play, the investors play, the specific roles that smallholders can play, and they intersect with the GEF partnership, and where these are best positioned to play the most, the optimal role in achieving implementation and other outcomes that support global environmental benefits. I think the key point about multi-sector, multiple entry points for the private sector is the question that you see in the implementation, the Office Independent Evaluation Office report, where it references the biggest challenge that the private sector had is where to start. So where to start with the GEF partnership. So recognising that this requires different levels of entry, and we try to respond to that particular question in that regard. The third is crowding in the private sector. So what do we mean by crowding in? People often think of that in the financial sense, but really when we're talking about crowding in, we're talking about creating the right environment to support private sector engagement. So that would be through the provision of certain tools and guidelines, some practical resources. It also talks about the engagement that we have in country through opportunities such as the extended constituency workshops, the upstream country consultations, and as we've been discussing here over the past couple of days, some opportunities that we could have to further enhance collaboration with the private sector by running specific events, specific trainings relevant to the programs and the activities of the implementing agencies. And I think underpinning this three core elements is our role in the partnership to coordinate activities. So we must be aligned to support the optimal delivery of corporate partnerships and to support that with knowledge management. And that will be a collaborative process between the Secretariat and the implementing agencies. I think I've covered most of these points, so I don't think that I'll need to go too much further into this. But I'll leave with we were fortunate to have the opportunity to present to the CSO network on Monday, and it was the meeting was chaired by Ms. Leichner, and Mr. Sano made this great comment, and he said what he likes about the private sector engagement approach that is it's a process. It isn't a moment in time. It isn't something that's going to stop today. It's a process, and I think this document helps lay the foundation for the process that we'd like to adopt in engaging the private sector through GEF 7 and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mercer, and thank you, Helen. Now it's time to open the floor for your comments, observations, questions. Yes, Peter.
Thank you, Naoko. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Helen. That was very helpful. And Matthew, as you said, it's been a bit of a theme this week, starting right back on Monday with the conversation at the CSO Day. At the top, I want to clearly state straight away that the strategy is very welcome. The direction of travel on the private sector engagement and looking beyond traditional finance and traditional partnerships is something that we've seen emerge through GEF's 5, stronger in 6, stronger recommendations in the replenishment for GEF 7, and now being delivered in GEF 7 itself. So this is a very, very welcome and necessary direction of travel, and the strategy is another step along the way. I would like to register a very strong gratitude to everyone involved with PSAG. So all your colleagues, Ellen, if you can please pass this message on from this seat on the Council. The Council identified quite early that while this was a very significant and important new body of work for the Secretariat, that the Secretariat had, and to its credit by its own admission, capacity constraints when it came to a private sector understanding, private sector sort of mentality, private sector perspectives, drivers, etc., etc. So, having been endorsed by the Council, the creation of the Private Sector Advisory Group is significant. It's added significant capacity to this work, and we very much believe that there is an ongoing role for PSAG, not ending with this strategy, but to continue to boost our efforts. So. With thanks for what you've done so far, I look forward to what more you will continue to bring to our work in the partnership. I mentioned yesterday when we had lunch on this with the presentation around this, that for my government's development programme and its moves into private sector engagement, the focus was around a sort of an organising principle of shared value. And I think it's just worth quoting exactly what I mean by that in this context. That shared value is the foundation and an acknowledgement that businesses or business can deliver sustainable social impact in developing countries while achieving commercial returns. So it's both sides of the coin. It's not corporate social responsibility, which, however well intended, is often a sort of add-on. I think you said yesterday 0.5% maybe of a budget to satisfy shareholders. This is a far more meaningful, commercially driven engagement, and we on the public side of the relationship recognise that it is an entirely legitimate interest to pursue commercial returns. And if we can do this together and deliver sustainable social impact, then everyone is a winner. So I just wanted to mention that as an organising principle, which I think would serve our ongoing work in the GEF well. Matthew, you mentioned the CSO discussions. I too was very encouraged by the session on Monday. And what was very clear to me was that an appetite by the civil society organisations to be included and to be engaged, and through a dynamic, inclusive approach with the private sector, then our work and the private sector's engagement would benefit from CSO networks, CSO experience in country. And also I would echo comments from the CSO discussions on the importance of mainstreaming gender equality, climate action into our private sector engagement, our private sector strategy and actions. These are critical objectives for the GEF as well. I just want to put a marker down there that, of course, what we hope to see ultimately is from the beginning of with a sort of top-down approach and through good CSO and in-country connections, is a move alongside private sector engagement to private sector development. And development of private sectors, of course, being critical in recipient countries and themselves leading to sustainable outcomes. So at some point, I'd quite like to see a recognition of moves towards private sector development. Finally, and I know I've spoken for a few minutes, the strategy, like all strategies, has the potential to be a very interesting statement of intent. But without underpinning actions, risks becoming sort of yesterday's news. So recognizing that this, at this point in time, is the next step in our emerging work in this, recognizing that it's the product of a relatively short-term discussion, I think also would welcome this as what I would sort of call a sort of headline statement. But I would like to suggest that the Secretariat, having got the Council's endorsement for the ongoing direction of travel on the private sector engagement work, perhaps reports back in 6 months' time at our next meeting on the steps that are taken to add flesh to the bones, and with a view, I would think, perhaps within a year, to start to frame an implementation plan or a management plan of action or something that will actually guide in a much more granular fashion the work of the Secretariat and all the partners in the GEF partnership to make this a long-term sustainable value add element to our work. But again, thank you for the work. Thank you for PSAG's engagement and investment. And it's an important step, and I look forward to many more. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I want to call on Ben, followed by Elizabeth.
Thanks, Naoko. And many thanks to Matthew and Helen for that presentation. Also, many thanks to Naoko as well for hosting the lunch yesterday with the Private Sector Advisory Group. That was very interesting. I think it helped gain a greater understanding of how this work is progressing. I think, overall, we welcome the greater strategic focus on how this is proposes to engage and leverage and work with the private sector to deliver environmental benefits. I think it's the private sector engagement strategy is a useful start, but I think there's maybe more work which is needed. Maybe Peter was alluding to that as well, and a way to build on and develop a more strategic approach. Clearly, future leadership and engagement from the GEF Secretariat is important in taking this work forward, and also, as Peter mentioned, in terms of continuing engagement from the PSAG as well. So it'll be useful to understand what are the next steps for this group, and how can we continue to get their help in terms of moving this work forward. Maybe a few things just to add in terms of the strengths and other issues within the document. I think it's maybe telling that the document mentioned that 43% of respondents said that GEF didn't have a comparative advantage or had a comparative advantage. That was quite low. Also, Annex 2 was quite depressing reading in terms of a series of papers which have been going on for a very long time on private sector. I think it's important that this paper and this initiative doesn't get added to that scrap heap. We need to move forward. But the paper does have strengths. And for example, in terms of the need to respect competition law and good practice and not to pick winners. We welcome the acknowledgement in Annex 3 of the often overlooked dynamics of working with the private sector through multilaterals. Principally the existence of private sector actors beyond those traditionally that we engage with. And also I think the point about partnering with platforms and commercial actors in certain sectors is useful, but I guess the question there is then how do we support and engage with that within the GEF Alliance? Then just in terms of thinking things that maybe to consider moving forward, I don't think there was mention of greenwashing in that. For example, in terms of is there a role for GEF to help play a strong holding industry to their standards where they're involved, recognizing the interplay between the formal and informal economies. I think that's particularly relevant where the informal private sector configurations are often the place where they're interacting harmfully with the environment. Then maybe also worth considering how much the spread and scope of GEF's work. Obviously, there's a question in terms of should it be prioritizing and working amongst larger corporate players and then through the SMEs. So better get a better sense of where the GEF should be sort of placed within that value chain. And finally, just agree with Peter, I think this is a useful start. It provides a broad vision as a start-off, but I think it lacks a sort of clarity in terms of tangible next steps, so it'll be helpful to understand how we move forward with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I call on Elizabeth, followed by Kojura.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Matthew and Helen for their presentation. Like the two speakers before me, we welcome the private sector strategy. We think that the private sector advisory group is doing important work. And within that, we believe that deeper and more sustained collaboration with the private sector has the potential for significant success in the GEF's mission. One area that we could see could benefit from more emphasis is the importance of the enabling environment. And Matthew, you spoke to this somewhat on this crowding in element, but that's something that we think needs more focus. We also welcome the GEF partnering with other entities that have more flexible financing tools, but less experience working in these regions and on the topics. We understand that the full articulation of this strategy is an ongoing process. We support the continued development of GEF's work in the area, but we do look forward to regular updates. And like Peter and Ben said, we're hoping for more concrete steps that will be presented to Council, hopefully, at the June meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Kojura, followed by Stephanie.
Well, much on the same lines, we welcome the new private sector engagement strategy and advisory group with a view to leveraging private sector resources and expertise for GEF's areas of responsibility. And we support the suggested approach to expand the use of blended finance while underlining the importance of broadening private sector engagement so that the private sector becomes mainstreamed into GEF's work. There's, however, quite a few questions and need for clarification with respect to the document. With regard to the cooperation with the GEF agencies, what are the respective roles of the Secretariat and the agencies in the identification and operationalization of public-private partnerships? How can it be assured that increased GEF efforts are additional to what the agencies already do? What about cooperation with other private sector facilities, such as the one of the GCF? Then the synergies between the pillars. Why is the strategy only covering the one pillar? And how can non-grant instruments be used to mobilize implementation partners for transformational approaches, and transformational approaches be used to build a pipeline for projects using non-grant instruments? Then the question of broadening the target group. The document identifies that the sectors outside the Ministry of Environment, like finance, agriculture, industry, and transport, are not being well represented in terms of priorities and funding ideas in with regard to the private sector. How can the strategy address this issue? And how can eventually national dialogues and country consultations be designed to ensure that these sectors are better represented? Are there best practices from similar processes? Focal area specific strategies, given the IEO's conclusion in its first evaluation of GEF's engagement with private actors that convention areas other than climate change have limited private sector activity, is there a need for focal area specific private sector engagement strategies? And the paper names multiple deficits that have hindered private sector engagement, including, for example, the lack of knowledge in the GEF Secretariat. I think Ben mentioned the stack of papers that have been produced on this. So I think a key question will be how these will be addressed. What are appropriate approaches to be piloted by the GEF to leverage private sector participation? Would the GEF, for example, engage in local currency lending? If so, in what way? And where exactly are the GEF's comparative advantages with regard to other instruments? Well, looking at all these questions, and in order to allow for informed guidance when we get together for GEF 8, I would like to recommend that we take up the issue of a private sector engagement with, as a focus in OPS 7, so that we, by then we will hopefully have some experience of the application of this strategy, and we will be able to judge about what we are going with within the next term. Okay.
Thank you. May I call on Stephanie, followed by Apana.
Merci.
Thank you. I'm going to speak French. We thank the Secretariat and the PSAG for this new strategy on private sector, which, on the whole, corresponds to the comments of the evaluation group. It's a very important matter. Nevertheless, the document should have better developed the means in order to solve one of the problems identified here, the restrictions of functioning, the cycle of project process, timelines, requirements as far as documents are confirmed, which do not correspond to the expectation of the private sector. I'm mentioning one item in the global balance. On the other hand, we feel that the strategy with the private sector should approach the usual topics when it operates with private actors. We don't mention in the document the additionality, either financial or non-financial, of projects carried out by GEF. There is no mention of the risk for the GEF. The rationale and reasons to increase GEF's exposure to private sector should be better developed. No indicators has been proposed to monitor the implementation. Should we have a level of tolerance of the private sector within the global portfolio? As regards the actors' platforms, we support the participation and GEF work regarding platforms and coalitions, and we would like to thank Hélène for her motivation and her engagement. The strategy should specify the basis on which this partnership should be created. And we'd like GEF to develop specific objectives in order to develop adequate, appropriate platforms according to efficiency criteria regarding climate, biodiversity, and environmental matters. This is a good first base in order to work. As various previous speakers said, this strategy should be specified before being approved by the Council. A group of representatives from the private sector, we could organize a meeting with the members of the Council interested in the private sector. We also think that periodic timelines should be chosen. For instance, the FEM Secretariat should report once a year on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Apana, followed by Komulan.
Aparna. Miss.
Private sector engagement strategy that has been presented before the Council, and we thank the members of the PSAG for their inputs on which the PSES has been developed. Our constituency members have discussed the paper and have noted that while NGI window is a welcome experimentation to enhance private sector participation, the basic nature of GEF financing as a grant instrument and the STAR mechanism as the core financing instrument to tackle the pressing environmental concerns should continue to be the primary focus of GEF. We note, therefore, that the allocation of GEF resources for private sector engagement is quite small, and therefore we welcome the use of blended finance to encourage private sector to participate in GEF projects. We also greatly appreciate the work that has gone into delineation of the elements of the private sector engagement strategy. Our constituency has highlighted some issues which I believe require further discussion. First is innovation and technology. We take note of the fact that private sector engagement leads to significant additionalities in terms of financing and knowledge. We would like to emphasize the role of technology transfer and indigenization of technology for building durability in the private sector investments. Many recipient countries may require support in managing new technologies, in the absence of which they may fail to optimize the impacts and cost effectiveness of the benefits expected from private sector engagement. The role of private sector in bringing innovation has also been highlighted in this paper. As we know, the capacity to assess the impact associated with innovation largely resides in markets. Peter has also alluded that they are most successful when commercially driven. We are not entirely clear how the innovation premium would be assessed and factored into the implementation of this strategy. We would like the PSC strategy paper to examine this issue and offer guidance, because we do believe that technology and innovation will provide us lasting solutions. The second issue is policy advocacy. The Council has noted on several occasions that GEF projects and priorities are owned by the country, and this is now also recognized as a critical element to lead to durable outcomes. As we know, the rules of engagement with the private sector are clearly laid down in many countries, while the policy and regulatory framework may be work in progress in some other countries. In addition, we would like to suggest that even if countries have strong enabling environment for private sector investments in traditional infrastructure and industry sectors like manufacturing, for many of these countries, the policy framework in facilitating private sector investments in and interventions in achieving NDCs or in enhancing environmental benefits may be quite weak or even lacking. For examples, while policies for private sector investment in renewable energy like solar energy, waste to energy are well developed and available across the globe, policy framework for private sector participation in biodiversity and land degradation and forest management may need more work. At the same time, GEF and most of the GEF partner agencies may not have the expertise in advising governments in building policy framework to enable private sector investments in what have been traditionally public sector investments. Therefore, we feel that the strategy will benefit from addressing this gap in creating an enabling environment for implementing PSES. Third, I would like to talk about the balance of global and local private players. We appreciate the stated objective in the PSES to work throughout the value chain rather than with individual companies. Our constituency members sought more clarity on the second element in the framework, that is support to multi-entry points throughout the GEF partnership framework. In that context, the observation in the strategy document that, and I quote, the engagement at the country, city or regional level is far removed from where the strategic private sector decision making and resourcing allocations are made, close quotes, has given rise to some concern of a higher focus on MNCs and marginalization of domestic private sector in the PSES. We would request that the approach may be reworked for rebalancing the role of different components of the private sector from global to local. Our discussions within the constituency therefore suggest that these risks need to be recognized and reflected in the otherwise excellent document. A risk mitigation approach and the identification of institutional capacities would also have to be reflected more explicitly in PSES paper. Finally, I would come to the need for country consultation on the PSES. The challenge will be to ensure participation of the private sector in GEF without disturbing the country ownership, which is the cornerstone of the GEF model. There are risks to pursue activation of the NGI window without constituency countries being at the forefront of project identification and execution. It is therefore suggested that country ownership must be further encouraged so that more impactful projects which are best suited for the country's own requirements are posed under this window. A key limitation is that the normal point of engagement with a GEF recipient country resides normally, I said normal, in the environment-related ministry, while other important ministries concerned with private sector investments are not well represented in this conversation. We would therefore greatly appreciate a more broader consultation across ministries in the recipients on the proposed PSES. We would require some time for this. We also emphasize the need to engage with local entrepreneurs and local governments such as city governments when we work on sustainable cities. An intensive consultation, we hope, will not only provide clarity, allay strong concerns which have been expressed, but also improve the chances of more successful and timely implementation of PSES. My request, therefore, is to allow some time for more recipient country consultations and addressing the risks outlined above before we endorse the PSES. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. I want to call on Komuram, followed by Adriana.
Merci, Madame la Co-Chair.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The countries I represent welcome this strategy document regarding the engagement of private sector with the GF. And we approve the contribution of this sector on the impact of GEF work. Nevertheless, we feel it's still necessary to specify how the participation of SMEs would take place. The projects to be financed with the non-grant window should better be defined. As a conclusion, we feel that it's still necessary to better think on those interventions before this document being adopted by the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Adriana, followed by Tobias.
Thank you. En nuestro caso,
In our case, Colombia, Brazil, and Ecuador want to congratulate the strategy, and seems to us very important that the value chains be taken into consideration. And that seems to be very important for us, and to promote healthy and sound competition among commercial enterprises, and to include state enterprises. It seems to us, though, that the different type of enterprises are to be considered, and emphasizing mostly in the small and medium-sized ones, as it was mentioned before, and their contribution to have sustainable development. Likewise, we should really highlight the role of the private sector, not only as which to find financing, but to facilitate innovation also. And we also feel that we require specific structures, and should really have environmental and social safeguards and not just made up by good practices, just like policies anti-corruption, anti-money laundering, anti-terrorism, and others. Private partner institutions should align and recognize with the national policies and priorities. It would be significant that the strategy somehow take into account the sub-regional conditions that limit some companies to be participating in financing. Our constituency finally would like to reflect the importance of partnership agencies in GEF, but would like to say that it's the nucleus that have the reimbursable activities, and other mechanisms are supplementary as well in nature. Thank you very much.
By Anna.
Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the Secretariat and PSAC for preparing this document. Our seat welcomes the private sector engagement strategy. Overall, we find the document to be a good framework for private sector engagement, but as a strategy, we find it a bit too general and with inadequate details in some areas. We will be happy to provide written comments to the document afterwards, but we would like to highlight a few comments now. Overall, the strategy is not clearly communicating the vision and aspiration of such a strategy and does not include clear long-term goals and strategic priorities. In addition to this, the strategy does not include operational tactics, which any strategy needs to in order to be effective. For example, the strategy needs to be more specific in terms of roles and responsibilities, and this enables also measurement and ensures accountability. More specifically on the three elements of the strategy, we support the strategic approach to work with multi-stakeholder platforms, but the section could be further improved by including which platforms are most effective for the GEF and what role GEF will take in each of these platforms, together with clear targets and goals, as Stephanie also mentioned in her intervention. Regarding the second element of the strategy on multiple private sector entry points, we recognize that there's a willing capital and resources available, but that it's often constrained by misaligned incentives. And when identifying and selected private sector entry points, it is critical that the GEF finds entry points that have overlapping incentives. The strategy does not cover the other pillar from the GEF 7 programming directions on expanding the use of blended finance. And like Kudula mentioned also, we would like to ask the Secretariat to clarify when this focus will be addressed in a separate strategy. On a last note, we would like to support the proposal made by Peter on developing an implementation plan on the strategy to be presented at the December Council meeting next year. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to call on Anna, followed by Marita.
Thank you very much. We welcome the private sector engagement strategy as a key step towards strengthening the GEF's capacity to achieve results on the ground. But like others, although we see this as a useful first step, we would like to echo the calls on the need for additional information on the plans for implementation and performance measurement, and would therefore welcome an update in the June 2020 meeting. Like others again, we take note that the strategy has focused on the second pillar identified in the GEF 7 programming directions, but believe that this work would benefit from addressing the first pillar on blended finance, along with the second, in a more coherent manner in order to take advantage of synergies between the two. And we would like to understand how this element will be, the element on blended finance will be addressed going forward. And finally, we would like to see the implementation of the strategy follow through on its commitment to engage with a full range of private sector actors. As part of this, we expect efforts will be made to enhance engagement with female-owned businesses and women working as artisan and primary producers. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to call on Marita, followed by Yoshitomi.
Thank you. And thank you to the private sector representatives here for their interesting presentations. We welcome the proposal and believe this will strengthen the role of the private sector in GEF's work. But like others, we also we're also disappointed that it did not include more focus on blended finance. And because for us, there are two main things. I think there's much more work that needs to be done on risk and on de-risking, turning risks into business opportunities that is GEF. And I think there's a potential that is lost if we don't look into innovative ways of working together, private sector and public sector in this area. Secondly, I think also we would like to have private sector much more involved from the beginning in the project cycle. And I know that we are not there yet, but I think what we want is to be true partners. We have so much work ahead of us to do. And I think these are things that we would need to look at more in the strategy. I would be interested also to hear more about if you foresee to do any more work on risk. It would be interesting to know. I also have a question with regard to CBD. We would be interested in more information from the Secretariat if you intend to follow or be involved in the ongoing work within the CDB to prepare a new resource mobilization strategy, which will include the private sector. And this will be prepared in view of the forthcoming strategic plans to be adopted at COP15 next year. So it would be interesting to hear if you're going to be involved in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now Yoshitomo, followed by, I think we will hear from CSO.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Firstly, thank you, Helen and Matthew, for the presentation. And we strongly welcome the paper presented to the Council. And I would like to briefly touch on 3 points here. First, we see this private sector engagement strategy and its periodic review to be critically important in light of the fact that private sector engagement in GEF projects and programs are increasing. Second, as was reported at the previous Council meeting in June, participation of a specialized institution to the steering committee seems to be an effective way of prompting engagement of relevant private sector. And especially, we would like to see more of such initiatives for large-size projects, programs that are difficult to manage and monitor. And lastly, we look forward to continuous reviews and recommendations by the PSAG and further engagement by the private sector together with enhanced transparency of this engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's hear from CSOs, followed by Latsina.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for this great opportunity. First of all, we appreciate this strategy, and also we support the comments from the Council members, particularly Australia, India, Denmark, Canada. And we really appreciate that there are great opportunities to further improve this strategy. We have some few points, but before it, we want to highlight that we have to make sure words into action. Because if we don't make sure the words into action, then it will not give us enough result. And we have a lot of experiences, so we want to have better experience. In a specific, if we go to slide number 7 of this two-pillar strategy, it tells the proven partnerships, but we want evidence-based proven partnerships. Because what is the level of partnerships, from where it starts, where it ends, how it works, what is the level of engagement, what resources, where needs, that should be clearly defined. As for example, private sector, they are profit-oriented. Where there is no profit, they will not be there. So GEF should define what level of resources they will own, what level of resources the local private sectors will own, and who will interact. If we cannot define clearly, then at the country level, there will be a lot of difficulties. So for that, we need to strengthen government, CSO, and private sector multi-stakeholder platform, where each and every agency should be given the clear roles and responsibilities and related adequate resources so that they can play their role significantly. And we also need to make sure this strategy, it looks a little bit general, we need to make this strategy if next 4 years or next 8 years, 1, 2 or 3 cycle, we follow this strategy, what is the achievement? We should come from a baseline and then we should set a target so that that can help us to demonstrate the progress made. If we cannot do that, then there will be something only good, very good, excellent achievement, but we cannot quantify. We have to quantify from where. As for example, when we talk about the natural resources or forest resources, now we have enough technology to quantify the available resources. India mentioned very clearly that we should use the high tech. We appreciate it. As for example, if we use drone technology, then we can identify the number or the volume of the resources available in the country. And then that can be the most reliable data, most reliable baseline to proceed for next. And relating to the people there who are, example, forest community, we have to find the ways so that they will not use the natural resources for their own interest, for their livelihood. We have to find the alternative livelihood, and we can think about revolving fund for them so that they can work at their own, take care of the forest resource, natural resources, and they can come up with their, they can serve as the key protector of the natural resources. So all these things shall have to be engaged, and we have a little bit bigger statements. We will share this document by email so that that can help. Thank you very much.
Yeah. May I? ¿También es sociedad civil? ¿Se puede?
Sure.
We are civil society too, may I? And I will be speaking Spanish. I just wanted to make a contribution. And this is on the part of civil society and the organizations in the Americas. This is something we have been doing for about a year, working with different platforms. Matthew mentioned this. He talked about the roundtable on responsible soybeans. We have been, for some time now, looking at the way to include GEF with this group. We're working on something that is essential for us in the region. I'm talking about agribusiness, and this group is growing to include other grains like maize, corn. And also I wanted to add that for civil society organizations, our work has always dovetailed with the Business Council for Sustainable Development, for example, right from the outset. And there, in the region, we are working with the new system of the B Lab, and that is the same way of thinking about how to recover the land. So creating business, but with a new vision, a vision that is comprehensive, and that is something that is already occurring on the ground. Now, all of the cooperation that we can receive will be supported by civil society. Thank you.
Now I want to call on Rachina, followed by Stefan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We thank the Private Sector Advisory Group for the report. We have discussed this report at our constituency level, and our constituency would appreciate to have more insight of how they can use these GF resources to capitalize private sector investment in their respective countries. In this regard, therefore, I think I will support Aparna's request for further consultation and the expanded constituency meeting scheduled next year for my constituency, I think this will be a good opportunity for further consultation. And then secondly, I noticed in this report that in paragraph 16, the report mentions that STAR is a constraint or barrier to private sector engagement. And then further down at another paragraph, paragraph 12, also mentioned that STAR is a constraint to greater private sector engagement because only 16% co-financing is from private sector. Here I would like to add that STAR was never meant to have private sector co-financing when we are implementing a GF project. I mean, the requirement was just co-financing, irrespective of whether it is private sector or non-private. I will agree that it was easier for government to have non-private, canvas non-private sector investment. But the trend is changing these days. If you look at the recent work programs, they are more private sector co-financing. So I don't know this data relates back to which period. So I think that the fact that private sector co-financing was not a requirement and using this as a general statement to make a case for private sector financing or more private sector, more GEF resources going towards private sector financing is not good. And then when I see this, this report, I can say that the way it is, private sector engagement is becoming a barrier and a constraint to public-private sector investment. Because the way it is, we're now trying to operate in a disjoint manner. There is no synergies between government and private sector financing. For example, I understand that one of my colleagues wanted to present Ecuador for a public-private partnership model, and it was not accepted. So I think also the modality is the way we are operating. The STAR resources have a different modality than the non-grant instruments. The STAR allocations are used over the 4-year project cycle, and we allocate resources through national consultations and national priorities. However, the non-grant instruments are allocated to the private sector through call for proposal. So this diverse modality also will not allow in future synergies for a private-public model project on public-private model. So I think this barrier should be addressed. And then I think there should be more flexibility in the private sector partnership model that you present, in the sense that private sector should bring more capital, knowledge, innovation in the country, help the country, and then maybe they could also engage with local institutions and local banks to, while implementing GEF projects. And then finally, as echoed in the morning by our colleagues on non-grants instrument, I think the GEF focal points should be at least informed of all projects funded by GEF to the private sector in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to call Stefan, followed by Victoria.
Thank you. Our constituency welcomes the opportunity to have this discussion. Coming in towards the end, we realize that it's been a substantive discussion, and I hope that that's also true, not just for the fellow council members, but also for the Secretariat. We've always been welcoming a stronger engagement of the GEF with the private sector, and we also note that the private sector at least the enlightened part of it, is increasingly aware of their dependence of a healthy environment. So that's where the two interests actually meet. The question then is, how do we meet, under which modalities, and to which purpose? We note that the document that has been circulated still has several gaps. Many colleagues around the table referred to that. Indicators are missing, time dimension is missing, working modalities are sketchy, involvement of countries in particular and GEF agencies, enabling environment, which for us is probably one of the most crucial elements, because that's where at the national level things play out or don't play out. The additionality of such a partnership, then the elements that hinder so far or have hindered in the past a better involvement of the private sector, like the project cycle that the GEF has, or the agencies. And then the question of looking also at the informal sector. UK mentioned that, or our Indian colleague looking through the whole value chain. So with these still missing gap, I join those that say we're not ready yet to endorse what we have in front of us. We do not believe that an implementation plan that will be subsequently delivered will do the fix. That will certainly be needed, something that is more detailed, that also contains timelines and budgets. But for the time being, we're not ready to endorse this document as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I want to call on Victoria, followed by Manrique.
Thank you. We'd like to thank the Secretariat and the PSEC for the strategy that was prepared and for all the work that went into it. A lot has been said already, so I'll keep myself short. As others said, we would also like a more concrete implementation plan. We would like timelines, operational specifics, targets that are set, ways to monitor the outcomes, such as indicators, and would like to support Peter's suggestion for the Secretariat to report back at the next Council meeting. And a second point that I'd like to make is that we would also welcome clarification on why the strategy only covers the second pillar on market transformation and not the blended finance. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Manrique, followed by Mr. Lee, China. Okay.
Muchas gracias, Naoko.
Thank you very much, Naoko. After listening to the different interventions and after hearing from civil society, I'm wondering if all of us in this room have the same definition of private sector. We find this to be a very important document, and it's important for us to consider this issue. But in listening from Rashida, Aparna, and the remarks from Stefan, we hear from them that there are things that still require consideration. The way in which the private and public sector interact is different in each country, and that depends to a great extent on the cultural, economic system, the social system. So the inclusion of the private sector in GEF's strategy has to take into account those realities. Of course, it is hard to take into account the realities of each country, but it is important to take as many realities as possible into account. Now, there have been some things that I found interesting, things that I would like to highlight. Obviously, a small enterprise in a developing country is not like a multinational that doesn't operate in that country, but that might get involved through GEF, just to give you an example. Also, what has been said about transfer of technology is important, as is the management of new technologies. And that doesn't necessarily have to do with blended finance, but it is essential for developing countries. Now, it seems to us that this should be an important part of a document talking about the GEF's private sector strategy. Likewise, and this is something that several have said, in our constituency, just like the other Latin American constituencies, we think it's very important for the public sector to not only be apprised of the projects, especially the non-grants, like the one that was approved this morning, but they need to be involved, or they need to be informed of all projects. And that also has to be made known to the technical, operational, political focal points that are part of the effort in each country. Also, the whole matter of value chains and making certain that the private sector will comply with the environmental and social safeguards, those are absolutely fundamental issues in our mind, and they should be part of the strategy. Thank you.
I want to call on Mr. Liu, followed by Carola.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Thank you, Matthew and Helen, for your excellent presentation. We think private sector engagement strategy is significantly important. We support GEF to play an active role in promoting the participation of developing countries' private sector in solving environmental problems, encourage GEF to enhance the communication and views exchanging with other related institutions. With all of these efforts, GEF can work on improving the participation of private sector in environmental area and strengthen the synergy amongst the partnership with other institutions. In the process of implementing the private sector strategies, GEF it hoped to pay much attention to make more effort to involve more private sectors from developing countries to engage in this collaboration and improve their capacity building accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Carola?
Thank you so much, Naoko, and thank you for the presentation and also for the valuable comments made by many, including the CSO representative around the table. I will be as brief as I can at this stage of the discussion. First of all, like others, including Corla, have asked, we missed the part on blended finance, and we would like to hear when that is going to come to us. Secondly, the strategy recognizes that the private sector is very diverse, but this nuance is not really reflected in the strategy, and approaches are not made specific to contacts or the actors concerned, be it banks or investors or local companies or entrepreneurs or multinationals. And this leads also to, in our constituency, to need to get a better overview of what we will actually do in implementation, because we see the document presented as an overview, a good overview of possible routes to follow, but we still need more information about the implementation, and we would therefore support Peter's proposal to devise an implementation plan. Third remark, the private sector advisory group is a highly valued body, and this decision that we will take, make sure that we continue to make use of it. We note that it's only composed of private entities, but you could also learn a lot from other types of actors like IDH, who has developed a landscape approach with the involvement of the private sector. So it would be good to also look at how to leverage their experience and knowledge. And finally, we really think the challenges we're up against, environmental or climate-wise, are not tackleable if we act with governments alone. So we really need innovative cooperation models and private investments to do our work better. So therefore also we would like to really encourage the GEF to continue developing the way it works and looking at innovative models to deliver. Those were my remarks. With this in mind, and also with in mind what Stefan from Switzerland just said, we could actually revisit the text of the proposed decision and see if we can tweak the wording a little bit. Maybe endorse is somewhat strong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and really appreciate everybody for the last hour of discussion. And because Helen needs to catch the flight, and she has to leave at 4:30, so that I would like to actually ask her to say a few words about her reflection. But let me just go fast. And what I really hear is that a few things and important. I mean, the comments, it seems to me, fall into two categories. One is more like a process question, and it's absolutely clear we need more time to consult, to make a much more consultation to really not only just understanding, but also to bring your constituencies on board, so that so we really would like to take this as an opportunity to come up with a more like a consultation plan. And I hear the ECW and your national consultation, how to link up, and so that you can bring not only actually the people here, but also your entire whole of the government, because many of the issues are belonging to other ministries, and also subnational, somebody mentioned. Then, of course, you are actually the business sector on your own soil. So that I clearly hear that you need more time to do the very extensive and meaningful consultation, and we would like to propose some kind of plan that how we can do this consultation more extensively and actually more meaningful way. So that's one. The second category of the comments is more about substance or contents, and here I hear a lot about what are the gaps, that the no clear vision or overarching principles, indicators, metrics, and modality and the timeline. I kind of understand that, but at the same time we need to be also very clear that what is the expectation on this paper. It's not really a project, and it's more like an engagement strategy, and we need to be very clear that what you can expect from this box. It seems that we are not talking about the magic box to solve a lot of problems, but it's not really a magic box. Or sometimes I hear more like it's an evil box, we shouldn't open it. So that we just need to be very clear that what is your expectation is what we think that we can deliver in that box. So on that one, we need a little bit more clear thinking about to sort out and agree on this expectation of this substance and starting the scope, actually the vision, the scope, that the indicator, the metrics, modalities, and the timeline. I think on this one we will come back to you, because I think it's important to sort out this kind of confusion, because I really want to reiterate that this is an engagement strategy, and we have already engaged with the business sector, so it's nothing that no baselines there. No, there is a kind of that the history, but what we really try to do is how to systematize more strategically to bring this the potential of working together with the business sector for transformational shift. So I think that we need to sort out this expectation issue a little bit more clearly, so that my final point before I go to Helen, is that I feel quite sorry about this confusion on the NGI blended finance and this and the market shift one. In fact, the reason we made it clear is that this is not for the market shift one, because we already have a blended finance strategy, which you approve with modalities, and even you have an expert on that. So that so we really wanted to focus this on the second part of this pillar. But I take your point that what are the synergies, why we have those pillars. And here one answer is, as many of you mentioned, that the enabling environment is something very, very important. It's very much at your hand, but the blended finance usually don't address the enabling environment. It's more like an instrument to leverage the private sector. Usually they don't address the enabling environment because it's slow than how to leverage money. And it was, to me, it's kind of very clearly different way of engaging with the business, but I understand that you want to see some synergy, and in fact, one of the NGI we presented has happened to have that synergy point to the project and addressing the enabling environment, and the NGI actually bring that the resources. But usually, these two don't necessarily come together because they have a very different entry point. And if you really want to have the synergy, we should have a very different approach to both of it. So that would be my comment, but it has to be clearer in this paper. So with that, I'd like to ask Helen, 5 more minutes, then if you could actually reflect, and then we come back to the more detailed question.
Hi, thank you. That's been really interesting, and I really value that I've been able to sit here and hear the feedback and your different perspectives. It's been really powerful for me to learn and understand how you view this. I'm not going to comment on the strategic document. You've brought up some really important points around creating value that isn't just around financial value, inclusivity, additionality, safeguards, blocking greenwashing, really good points when you engage with private sector, making sure there's gender, social issues are involved in all the projects and appropriately and so on. So fabulous feedback, and I'm not going to comment on all that. I want to just reflect a little bit on this point about how does this work? How is this actually going to work, this private sector engagement? And let me just sort of put my hat on as private sector, but also someone that's worked in conservation and development for over 2 decades. And so I came out of the conservation and development perspective a little frustrated because I felt that the power of supply chains was not being used appropriately to drive the right change on the ground. The prior supply chains were actually taking out things from countries and people and not giving back because it wasn't being done in a sustainable way. Production, and I'm talking very much about sort of agricultural forestry based production, it wasn't, there was so much power if companies knew and were committed to doing sourcing in a different way and to committing to sustainability principles and all the things that you stand for, it could drive such change on the ground, and have been working for the last decade in supply chains to try and make that happen. So how does that work? That means, how do we source our soya for our dairy cows to eat in Europe or for whatever product in a way that does not drive deforestation and in a way that does support smallholder producers? How do we source our gold from what is perceived often as high risk sourcing from artisanal miners, but in a way that drives livelihood outcomes and drives better environmental outcomes? How do we source our cashmere from rangelands, from traditional herders in Mongolia who have been doing that for centuries, but for climate change and economic reasons that their land is, things have shifted and they can't, it's very hard for them to do it in a sustainable way. How do we source our wool from Argentina in a way that supports regenerative grazing practices and Wanako conservation or whatever we stand for as companies? Those are the things that we, particularly in the fashion and particularly in my job for the last decade, have been wrestling with. And I see in this world, because I used to be more in the world of conservation and development, so much power in what you do in your projects, your lessons learned, the things that haven't worked, the things that have worked, and so many great initiatives that could be used to show private sector how to do this better and to bring private sector to the table, bring supply chain companies to the table and say, here, this is the project we're doing in this country. These are the outcomes we want. We need a responsible partner to come and buy that material and to use that material and create a market that's going to drive back the incentive to keep producing that raw material in a way that delivers the outcomes. I mean, just sort of trying to bring it back to sort of a basic level, that's what, at least that's what I'm thinking about here in what you could create in the future, given all the important things that you addressed, that there needs more clarity and so on. That's what we're looking that's the power here. The power is to bring in this partnership and collaboration to drive the outcomes that we all need, but through market, creating a market that is held accountable to rules. I'm not just saying anything, that's your safeguard issue. And on the issue of finance, I certainly agree. When you try and, finance is, it's not about you giving private sector money and companies money. It's about you creating the projects and the environment through which private sector can entry as a collaborator under certain rules to say you can be the off-taker of this. Can you be the off-taker? Now, do you want private sector then to put money into that project? Sure, there are mechanisms, there's creative mechanisms. We've already been doing that. You've already been doing that, where there could be blended finance coming in as well, from companies to help support that project. Those happen around, and there's some great examples of, through the Green Growth Partnership and all sorts of great examples where you can create really innovative financing mechanisms whereby funding doesn't necessarily come through supply chains but other parts of companies to support projects and to support the internalization of all these externalities, if you like, while the supply chain part of the company buys the raw material. There's a lot we can do on that, and there's a lot of exciting opportunities ahead on that. But I don't underestimate the power of creating a market for a good raw material that delivers on the social, environmental, biodiversity, climate, you name it, outcomes. And there is such power in regenerative agriculture, in restorative practices across forestry and ag that can be driven by companies like Caring, that you have billions of dollars worth of companies lining up to try and source more responsibly, more sustainably, and address the global goals of climate and all the sustainable development goals, but particularly around livelihoods, climate, and biodiversity. And you've got the One Planet for biodiversity, the agricultural companies, and some like Caring lined up 19 companies, 500 billion to support regenerative agriculture, wildlife-friendly agriculture, zero deforestation, zero conversion of natural ecosystems. You've got the Fashion Pact, another sort of 250 brands lined up to commit to ocean conservation, to climate mitigation on a 1.5 degree pathway, and biodiversity conservation through similar things to the One Planet for Business. This has all happened in the last year. It's about supply chains, it's about sourcing, it's about creating being the market as a company and creating a better market for driving positive outcomes in the field, along what you're trying to do, and creating sustainability, when I mean that, like even financial sustainability of some of these projects in the long term as well. So I just wanted to sort of reflect back on that, because I think it's not so much a misunderstanding. I just want you to see the power that is there, and within the frameworks that you've all articulated you need to have to be feeling comfortable, but there is a lot of power for the next decade to really bend the curves that we need to bend, and the private sector seems, a lot of them are pretty poised to really help out on that. So thank you again. I'm going to have to run and catch a plane. I wish you all a fabulous festive season and safe travels, and thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Helen, and really appreciate your presence here for the last 2 days for this PSES. Just want to continue our conversation, and as I already mentioned, then definitely we will redraft the strategy, and then we will come up with the implementation plan. We will on the table that then revise the strategy for June. I think that Gustavo come up with some language, but maybe do you also team wanna also deal with any of the questions already?
Thank you, Naoko. No, just a few remarks of clarification. I think you already mentioned about the question of the NGI, the blended finance space. A year ago, in December 2018, the first council meeting of GEF7, the council approved the implementation framework for the NGI. So in that sense, we have already a policy, framework, modalities, targets, and goals, and where that space should be heading. And again, the blended finance space is, of course, complementary to what we are trying to articulate in the private sector strategy. But the blended finance space is actually the use of development finance to start to attract capital flows for frontier areas that the market's not yet willing to take the risk. And so this is part of the innovation, the trailblazing, let's say, side of the GEF, and particularly testing some models that can be eventually picked up by the private sector. If I recall, 10, 15 years ago, dealing with renewable energy, solar, wind, geothermal, was exactly in that space that we also operated. And now that space is no longer in need of development finance. And we're trying now to work in areas that need that resource mobilization, need to create new asset classes that can add value to biodiversity, to reforestation, restoration, and so forth. And that's the piece. So it's not that it's not part of a private sector engagement strategy, but it's just that it's complementary and it's qualitative a little different. But we are trying to connect the dots. For example, Carola, you mentioned engagement with IDH. IDH is a partner to the development of the full Lure strategy, and we partnered with IDH in the design and the deployment of the N-Green Fund, which is now providing blended finance investments on jurisdictional approaches in Indonesia, where we are also operating, in Brazil and in West Africa. So that's the kind of connection that comes with that framework. So we hear you very clearly. I think that given the nature of the private sector advisory group, they all companies that do not necessarily understand the nitty-gritty of GEF operations. So they started at a very high level, and now they are, I think, very interested in having us help them to getting more in the operational side of this. And so your request for an operational plan with timelines, et cetera, and goals is extremely pertinent, and we would, of course, take that recommendation to heart. In that sense, I would like to propose a new language for the decision document to your consideration. So I'm going to read it. So the Council considered, as you have it there, document GEF/C57/06, GEF Private Sector Engagement Strategy, and takes note of the private sector engagement strategy. The Council requests the GEF Secretariat to report to the Council in its next meeting on an implementation plan. The rest remains the same, which means that you would invite the Private Sector Advisory Group to continue its duties until the end of GEF7. Should I repeat that? Okay. So the Council, having considered document GEF 57, etc., GEF Private Sector Engagement Strategy, if you have the decision in front of you, that's what it says, no change. And instead of endorsed, it takes note of the Private Sector Engagement Strategy. And then the next sentence is that the Council requests the GEF Secretariat to report in its next Council meeting on an implementation plan. And the rest remains the same.
Okay, Peter, please. Followed by Apana, Stefan.
Thank you, Gustavo, for that suggestion. I'm happy to go along with that because it absolutely reflects the nature of the discussion. However, there would need to be an additional edit that we have taken. We wouldn't be able to call it the private sector engagement strategy because it's not been endorsed. So prospective, proposed, draft, something that qualifies the fact that it's not a finalized document would be required.
Apana?
So I agree as Peter says, maybe just taking note would not be sufficient given the issues that have been raised around the table. So may I suggest that having noted and discussed the private sector engagement strategy paper or the proposed paper requests GEF Secretariat to, you can say, rework or review or further improve, etc., whatever is a polite language, and also maybe request further consultations, hold further concentrations, and revert to the council for a decision. Then implementation can come. But little bit, if you say that you will do a little improvement, that will be very nice.
Sure. Stefan, followed by Carola.
Thank you. It must be the proximity to Aparna. Thank you for the attempt to capture it. Takes note is already better because we're not ready to endorse it. But I believe the discussion that took place could be and should be reflected in the document. So it's not just taking note of the document as it stands currently, but it may need some retrofitting and some injection of missing elements, and in particular through a consultation process. And then, of course, referring to a revised document and a, whatever you call it, operational plan or implementation plan. I have some wording and maybe we can put heads together. I'm not sure if we can finalize that one as far as like gaveling it, which we don't do here tonight, but I think we can clean it up between what the text that Aparna had, your original one, and some of the other suggestions that may still come to enlighten us. Thank you.
Thank you. Carola?
Thank you, Naoko, and thank you, Gustavo. This is beginning to look a lot like, not Christmas, but like the many years I spent in EU negotiating rooms, and I'm not sure if that's good or bad. But thank you so much for your flexibility and the proposal to change the decision. And I could go along with what you proposed, but I do acknowledge that what was just said would actually mean an improvement of the text. And thank you also for your words on the work with IDH. We're well aware of that, and I think it's important to involve organizations like theirs, but also others in like the work you do on the private sector engagement strategy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I think we got enough hint so that we will come back to you with the cleanest version in our view, and we'll consult with you, and I think we can finalize. We can finalize the draft decision. All right, thank you so much. Now we were quite late. What happened to us today? So, right, can we just go on to? Can you check that our convention people can stay longer?
Yeah.
I'm just checking that that we need to do that remaining part of the IO discussion, but also we need to have a discussion of the convention relationship with convention. The convention have a guest from outside, so I'm just checking if they can stay.
Jesus is checking whether Basil is here now. I'm not sure you're here now. So hold on.
don't we just go ahead with? Okay, so I think that guest seems to us they can stay, so that we could just go ahead with the IEO and the strategic approach to the SIS, and followed by convention relationship, and followed by executive session. And I try to see if we have 10 minutes to hear from you about our two proposed draft decision, which is left over from yesterday.
Okay, hi. Good afternoon. We are back, and we're happy to be back. It was actually, I have to just before we go for our evaluation, so I have to just comment on it that it was very interesting to hear in this previous session on the private sector engagement strategy that there were quite a lot of references to the evaluation that we had done earlier. And I'm pleased to inform you that we are going to update that evaluation also, and we are working on some new evaluative work regarding the private sector. But so now we are moving to the actually the only evaluation that we are presenting to this council this time, and that's the strategic country cluster evaluation of small island developing states, the SIDS. And it is the first one, like I said earlier, it is the first one of these three strategic country cluster evaluations, and you will get the two others in the June council. I appreciated that the CSO network was worried about whether we can deliver them on time, and we will, because we are not starting them now. They are very well advanced already. But this is the first one, and I would like actually pass this presentation to Geeta Batra, our Chief Evaluation Officer and Deputy Director of the office, who has actually been also the manager of this evaluation, so she knows it very well, better than I or better than anybody else.
Thank you, Juha. I know it's been a long day. I'm going to try and go at breakneck speed, okay? So I hope the interpreters can keep up. So we're all quite familiar with some of the challenges that the SIDS are facing. Just to highlight a few: sea level rise, land degradation, waste management and water quality, a big one, and harmful mining methods. In addition, SIDS are also facing quite a big set of economic and institutional challenges, again with some variability. We don't want to consider all SIDS as being a very homogeneous group. There's quite a bit of heterogeneity across the SIDS. Let's take indebtedness, for example. In the Caribbean, the average debt to GDP ratio is in the 70 percentile state. In the Pacific, it's at about 37%. In addition to governance and limited institutional capacity, which we've observed to be quite key issues, there's also been communication, which is quite a challenge, particularly in countries with many islands and those that share language barriers. So given the fact that the SIDS share quite a bit of the geophysical constraints, we decided to evaluate them as a cluster, as a strategic cluster focusing on a few issues while recognizing the differences that exist across the SIDS. So what were the main objectives of the evaluation? Primarily to understand the relevance of GEF interventions as well as the performance, and get a deeper understanding of the drivers of sustainability. The IEO presented the annual performance report last year, which had a chapter on sustainability. And after that, there was quite a bit of interest from the council, as well as from some of the agencies, to understand what are some of the drivers of sustainability. In this evaluation, we take a deep dive into these issues. So some of the key questions focus around relevance, the environmental and socioeconomic context, which are very critical, and the drivers of sustainability. We also look at cross-cutting issues like gender, resilience, and private sector engagement. You heard a lot about the private sector issues. I will only highlight some of those that we observed here. So methods, data sources, and quality assurance, just to build faith in our evaluation methods once again. We looked at 286 projects. We looked at closed projects. And to get away from the criticism that evaluations always look at the past and never look at the present or what's going on, we actually looked at 188 ongoing GEF interventions. We also visited a number of countries. We did 10 countries as part of this evaluation, and the sustainability analysis is based on 45 closed projects where we did a deep dive. We followed standard protocols of good evaluation, having a good reference group and 2 peer reviewers within and outside the IEO. So that gives you an idea of country coverage of the SIDS. We covered roughly 1/3 of the SIDS that are served by the GEF. It was quite a bit of travel to different countries. In terms of the portfolio that we analyzed, GEF support has been increasing to SIDS through the different GEF phases, from 8% to 9% to 12% from GEF 5 through GEF 7. In addition, besides country allocations, there is a special window available under the Chemicals and Waste Program, the regional funds for international waters, as well as resources from the SGP program. All modalities have been used. Regional and global programs have totaled roughly 810 million in addition to STAR allocations. UNDP has implemented about half the projects, and the 3 main agencies, UNDP, UNEP, and the World Bank, have covered roughly 85% of the projects implemented in the SIDS. And I'll touch this in the conclusions again. What are some of the types of interventions that GEF has been dealing with? Land use management, more focus now on protecting livelihoods. Invasive alien species, one of the main reasons for ecosystem degradation. GEF is focusing on plants, animals, and marine species recently being targeted under the Ballast Water Convention. In renewable energy, helping SIDS move away from fossil fuels, the solar energy projects were quite a success. In terms of protected areas, this has been an area of work that the GEF has done for a long time, but now it's moving towards including more NGOs, local communities in local decision making. In chemicals and waste, you're aware of the program under GEF 7, which is focused mainly on policy work, policy frameworks, and institutional strengthening. In addition, the GEF is promoting integrated approaches such as Ridge to Reef, first done by UNDP. This is an integrated watershed management approach, which starts at the top of the island, ending at the coral reef. In addition, there's been a heavy focus on resilience through the adaptation programs and governance and stakeholder engagement. So that's so much for the portfolio and what GEF has done. Now to the interesting part on performance and results. So how have GEF interventions fared in the SIDS that we looked at? 71% of the projects had sought satisfactory outcomes compared to the overall portfolio of 79%. By focal area, this is a little misleading because chemicals and waste only had 3 projects, so I wouldn't say it's 100% success based on the 3 projects. But this shows you the variability across focal areas in terms of projects. I do want to say that regional projects actually performed very, very well with an 88% success rate, higher than the overall GEF project performance, as well as the SIDS project performance. The picture on the right, it reflects the integrated watershed and coastal area management in the Caribbean that was implemented jointly by UNDP and UNEP. It covered 13 countries. It achieved adoption of policy and legislation at national and regional levels to agree on the governance of watershed management in Jamaica's watersheds. And I didn't know that the co-chair is going to be from Jamaica. This was purely coincidental. But I do want to add that the Jamaican pilot received kudos and recognition at the World Water Week in Stockholm. In terms of project outcomes, where have we observed the maximum success? 98% of the projects noted improvements in building institutional governance and capacity. However, there's a lot of work still to be done. The other area is naturally in terms of environmental outcomes, about 76% of the projects reported success. I think particularly challenging have been results in the area of socioeconomic outcomes in terms of income generation and diversification. Private sector engagement has been a challenge, and civil society engagement. And now we're going to take you to St. Lucia, where it's a balmy 82 degrees. So let's transition.
St. Lucia is a small island developing state in the Caribbean Sea rich in biodiversity. It is home, for example, to 6 endemic bird species and the St. Lucia iguana, but faces unique threats to biodiversity and the environment. These include sea level rise, beach erosion, hurricanes and other climate change-related impacts, as well as land use changes from increased tourism, sewage, and waste, among others. Since 1992, the GEF has worked with different implementing agencies and national executing partners in St. Lucia to tackle the island's most pressing threats to the environment. A strategic country cluster evaluation of the GEF's programs in St. Lucia highlights the following results. The evaluation finds that overall, GEF-supported activities in St. Lucia have been highly relevant, adequately designed and successful to date in curbing the negative impacts that climate change and production sectors exert on the island's ecosystems. For example, the Fond d'Or Watershed Restoration and Management Project focused on mitigating riverbank degradation and protecting an important source of surface water for the local community. The program worked with youth groups and families to plant trees along the bank and build conservation capacity. Given the island's location in the hurricane belt, several projects focused on planning for response and adaptation to climate change. 1. Worked with the private hotel where replumbing took place to demonstrate the use of rainwater to flush toilets. Another, reinforced the roof of a community hurricane shelter and installed solar panels as a mitigation effort. Similarly, another project explored geothermal resource development as an alternative electricity source for the island.
Addressing issues of pollution, GHG emissions, and importantly for the population, addressing the issue of achieving stable energy prices or potentially lower energy prices.
In protecting biodiversity, an early project focused on controlling the threat to the St. Lucia iguana from an invasive alien species. Later, a broader conservation effort of the Ianola dry forests worked on protecting the rare flora and fauna ecosystems threatened by agricultural expansion, logging, and slash-and-burn forest fires. Through an integrated forest, coastal, and land use approach, the project helped develop a regulatory framework for restoration, pilot land use plans, and promote production of biodiversity-friendly goods.
As you can see, many of the plants here are doing extremely well. We've had low mortality rates. We can see trends that make it favorable for the return of some of, especially the bird species that were found within this area.
The use of geospatial analyses shows the relevance and early outcomes of the project. Forest loss analysis shows that overall forest rate loss is comparable to that of the entire country. It also shows a minor increase in vegetation productivity since 2018 at all restoration sites. These are early signs of project effectiveness. In terms of project sustainability, regional platforms, NGOs, ecosystem resilience, and tourism play an essential role. However, the evaluation identified shortage of funding, staff and technical capacity, lack of political will, ineffective governance and legal framework, and weak knowledge management as challenges to sustaining project outcomes. St. Lucia.
Okay, so we're not done yet. So the SIDS portfolio actually fares quite well in terms of sustainability relative to the rest of the GEF portfolio. You have 66% of regional projects that have ranked and rated as likely sustainable at the time of project completion. We particularly note the high performance in international waters in terms of sustainability, many of which are regional projects. As part of our post-completion verification, and we sort of applied our tool as a pilot, the tool that we presented this morning, as a pilot to actually see whether there is more likelihood of sustainability or greater sustainability when we go out 5 years later after project completion. At project completion, 67% of the projects were rated as likely sustainable. We went out later. It was 81% of the projects turned out to be sustainable. Some of these, this was due to changes in the political situation, like in Guinea-Bissau, which went back to greater stability, et cetera, as compared with at project completion. I just wanted to highlight that just as noted in St. Lucia in the video you saw, contextual and project-related factors influence sustainability. Some of these were discussed yesterday during the durability session, but I think field verification was really important for us to gain greater insights into what are the factors that affect sustainability. So of the contributing factors, legal and institutional frameworks are extremely important and to create a level playing field if we want the private sector to come in. Strategic partnerships are very important, as well as strong institutional capacity. In the case of hindering factors, actually low levels of environmental awareness play quite a significant role in affecting sustainability of outcomes. Project-related factors are something we have control over. Contextual factors we don't always have control over. So some of the key factors here we found in a number of projects, and the report actually highlights specific project experience. Adaptive project management was really key. Again, strong institutional partnerships, as well as thinking about impact and sustainability in project design. Just like transformative change does not happen unless one thinks big, plans big, the same thing holds for sustainability. The likelihood of sustainability goes up if it's actually addressed and recognized as important at the time of project design. The other important factor that we found was lack of an exit strategy and not thinking about where future financing is going to come from was a major impediment to long-term sustainability in projects. So in terms of conclusions, highly relevant, GEF's interventions have been very relevant to the country context, to the environmental issues in the SIDS, and the move towards integrated approaches has really turned out to be quite positive. In terms of performance, positive environmental, socioeconomic, and institutional outcomes in more than 75% of the projects. But we think that there is a role that other agencies, in addition to the big three, can actually play so that we get greater benefits from the expanded partnership. And the other post-completion ratings have actually improved since project completion. In terms of additionality, and if you recall, the IEO, we presented an additionality framework last year, and we've started applying that framework in the context of all our evaluations. We find that GEF's main areas of additionality are in the area of strengthening institutions, though more work needs to be done in this area, and assistance with legal and regulatory frameworks. And I think the last discussion was how important that is even for private sector participation. The other area is innovation. There was a lot of work done in solar energy earlier in the renewable space. And in the other area is in terms of encouraging local solutions. But more needs to be done in terms of socioeconomic co-benefits and social inclusiveness. Is one in terms of cross-cutting issues. I don't want to neglect the importance of gender as well as private sector participation. In terms of gender, we had looked at the older projects, about 70% of them did not really capture gender indicators or gender or pay much attention to gender, but this has improved over time with the design and the implementation of the new gender policy. In terms of private sector participation, we found the private sector to be involved in roughly half the projects that were reviewed. 31% had about public-private partnerships, and roughly half were involved in co-financing. A number of good examples, again, from St. Lucia, Mauritius, and Jamaica. And finally, in terms of resilience, half the projects had mentioned resilience or took consideration of it in project design. The Kiribati Adaptation Program, the Maldives as well. Again, further information and a lot of details in our evaluation report. So in line with the conclusions and the findings, we came up with 5 recommendations for consideration. One is to focus on an increase in the number of integrated interventions. 2, for agencies other than the big 3, the expanded partnership to actually use some of their knowledge in these countries and start submitting more programs or projects. In the context of climate change, to build on GEF's comparative advantage and probably consider programs in waste management, renewable energy, promoting innovation and scaling up, and finally, to continue to strengthen institutional capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. And now we'll open up the floor for comments on the strategy document. Rashna, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would like to thank the GFIO for the strategic country cluster evaluation, which evaluated 6 projects in Mauritius. This evaluation came at a time when we had someone trying to paint a negative picture of the government and that of the UNDP country office. This evaluation provided an independent perspective, and it included the project which was commented by the complainant. With this background, I have been requested by the Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change of Mauritius to make a statement on his behalf, and I will do so. So on behalf of the Honorable Kavidas Ramanu, Minister of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, warm greetings from the people of the Republic of Mauritius. Over the years, the government of Mauritius has been taking numerous measures for the protection of the environment and for the achievement of sustainable development in a fully inclusive and participatory manner involving stakeholders from all quarters of the society. Mauritius reaffirms its commitment to protect the environment and promote sustainable development, taking into consideration the interests of all stakeholders. The protection of environment and of natural resources remain high on the government's agenda. Mauritius relies substantially on invaluable GEF support, including the GEF Small Grants Program, to protect the environment and enhance its resilience against climate change. We would like to thank the GEF for crucial continuous support to Mauritius in its environment and climate change initiatives, with a view to addressing numerous vulnerabilities of the country inherent to small island development state, as well as to enable the country To achieve an ecological transition, this support is imperative. The strategic country cluster evaluation carried out by the GEF Independent Evaluation Office in July 2019 on ongoing and past projects demonstrate that the GEF support is instrumental in advancing the environmental agenda in all focal areas. The investment of GEF is being widely deployed to bring long-term transformational changes, and we are pleased to note that the positive outcome of the SCC evaluation for one of our projects has been upgraded in terms of sustainability outcome, namely the Marine Protected Area project. With this revised rating, all agency-level independent project evaluations in Mauritius GEF portfolio range from moderately satisfactory to highly satisfactory ratings. Furthermore, all projects examined by the SCC evaluation, government demonstrated that it has long-term sustainability plans in terms of ongoing investment in technical, human, and financial resources. The government of Mauritius has carried an Assise de l'Environnement on 16 and 17 December 2019, and the GEF Council members will be pleased to note that this national consultation took place in a fully inclusive, transparent, and participatory manner, involving stakeholders from all quarters of the society. Of particular relevance here, a very wide range of youth organizations, NGOs, and CSOs. The Assise de l'Environnement was meant to chart the way for the coming 10 years. In devising this new 10-year plan, we pledge to learn from the findings of the GEF SCC evaluation, as well as our other reports. We assure the GEF Council members that as a sovereign democratic state, Mauritius continues to abide by the rule of law whilst adopting good governance principles and best practices, and we look forward to your continued support in the honorable endeavor to achieve global environment benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashna. Could I have Lauren, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our constituency is particularly preoccupied by the situation of the SIDS, especially related to climate change, so we very much welcome this cluster evaluation, and especially the conclusions that the projects are strongly aligned with SIDS national priorities and that they have positive impacts, and especially have good scoring in terms of sustainability. We also welcome the conclusion and the evaluation that SIDS need to receive support in terms of waste management, and we would like to make sure that this support is well adapted to the circumstance of each island. We also note the comment that regional projects have scored particularly well, and we were wondering if the IEO has also looked at the role of regional entities like the SPREP, for example, in the Pacific region, if these regional entities have been evaluated, and if the IEO has looked at the role of these entities in terms of the GEF's focal areas, and what role they can play in South-South knowledge transfer, for example. Finally, at the last council meeting, we approved the island program, and we were wondering if the island program will be using the recommendations and the conclusions of this cluster evaluation when in the preparation of its PFD. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. Next is Conrad, followed by Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We very much appreciate this report. We think it gives a good and informative overview of GEF's relevance and performance in the SIDS and of the determinants of sustainability, and we are very much looking forward to the next two country cluster evaluations. We think this is a very useful instrument to get a good picture. We note that the overall performance and sustainability rating of SIDS project is lower than for the overall GEF portfolio. The report mentions that one of the reasons for this lower average performance rating is the fact that most SIDS projects are single-phase projects, and that new complementing projects are not sufficiently built on the results of previous projects. The evaluation then recommends that GEF projects should
be multi-phase projects if justified. This remains a bit vague. What would then be the justification of such a multi-phase project? Because we think this is a very important recommendation. We also note that the evaluation finds positively that GEF has increasingly encouraged integrated approaches in its SIDS projects. This is good news. Nevertheless, the report recommends that there should be more integrated approach. So, why is it so, despite all the efforts that has been made, and what are the propelling factors for integration, and what are the restraining factors? Another important finding, very important, we think, of this evaluation is that stakeholders apparently often are not adequately prepared to recognize trade-offs between environmental and socioeconomic issues in the normal decision-making processes taking place in these countries, and that they are thus not really equipped to assess the long-term consequences of such trade-offs in the design of policies. This, we feel, is a very important finding. Unfortunately, it's not translated into a recommendation. Then the evaluation report states also that 85% of the SIDS projects have been implemented by 3 agencies, UNDP, UNEP, and the World Bank, and that SIDS so far have not benefited from the extended GEF partnership. The evaluation recommends that there should be more presence of the GEF agencies, that there should be more dialogue of other agencies also with governments and stakeholders in SIDS. This leads to 2 questions. If more agencies will be active in SIDS, can we expect that the overall performance rating will improve? And secondly, is it at all an option? Is it realistic that more agencies will be present in a more permanent manner in SIDS as it is the case now? Thank you.
Thank you, Conrad. Next is Peter, followed by CSO.
Thank you, Julian, and thank you, Juha and Gita, for the report. I'd first just very quickly like to refer back to agenda items 9 and 11. I didn't speak on those, but just want to put on record the support for those reports, the information that was provided, and the support for IO's work, in particular where it's responsive to the Council's desire for more information, such as around durability and sustainability. So my silence was not any lack of support for those 2 previous items. On this one, we are particularly grateful for the IO's preparation of the strategic country cluster evaluation of the small island developing states. This constituency is situated in a region with many small island developing states, which are especially vulnerable to environmental challenges. We strongly support, therefore, investigations into the performance and effectiveness of GEF interventions in SIDS and into factors that impact sustainability of such interventions. We welcome the observation that country visits provide unique insights into project-related factors influencing sustainability that are not reported in the terminal evaluations. And for colleagues who have not themselves gone and actually experienced the challenges faced in small island developing states, I strongly encourage you to correct that gap. We note positively the overall increased commitment to supporting SIDS through a range of funding sources, primarily STAR allocations, and support GEF finance projects being strongly aligned with SIDS government priorities, reflecting their specific needs, rather than adopting a one-size-fits-all approach. Turning to the recommendations, which we endorse, Conrad has just mentioned that the recognition that SIDS should be beneficiaries of the expanded GEF partnership, and we certainly would encourage greater uptake across all 18 agencies to look for opportunities to engage with our SIDS partners. We strongly support the recommendation that GEF agencies should focus their efforts in SIDS on areas of thematic and geographic competence. We support SIDS' request for more integrated interventions, noting the sustainability results of integrated projects, for example, Ridge to Reef, Whole Island and Blue Economy approaches. Similarly, support the promotion of innovation and knowledge exchange, and note positively the innovation additionality from the focus on solar technology, again, Ridge to Reef and invasive alien species projects. We would like to emphasize the importance of and support the recommendation on strengthening institutional capacity, noting the particular institutional challenges faced by SIDS. And we're pleased that there were positive capacity building and socio-economic outcomes in the majority of projects, including those relating to institutional capacity and governance. We support the recommendation on building on GEF's comparative advantage, including within the context of climate change mitigation. We commend GEF's attention on the critical and important cross-cutting issues, including gender mainstreaming, private sector engagement, noting our most recent discussion, and financing in project design. We're pleased to see that attention to gender has improved, and we look forward to further evaluations once gender disaggregated data has been collected in line with the gender policy. Finally, I have one question, one mild concern, and one comment. The question is, we would welcome further information regarding feedback from SIDS that large programs, for example, sustainable forest management, are not accessible in practice. Although SIDS technically have access, the time taken to develop projects means that resources are no longer available by the time PIFs are submitted. And specifically, are there ways that this can be addressed? The slight concern is at the lower performance of SIDS projects as compared to the rest of the GEF portfolio in terms of outcomes and sustainability, but noting, however, that regional projects have higher ratings. And the final comment is very positively to note the confirmation of the relevance of GEF financing in SIDS development, and in particular the opportunity that GEF projects in small island developing states or large ocean states, as Ambassador Faturi and the other Pacific Island colleagues might prefer it mentioned, the opportunity that projects in those countries have to serve as pilots for scaled-up initiatives funded through other sources. Finally, just to say again, thank you for this very important evaluation.
Thank you, Peter. Next CSO, followed by Cordula.
Good afternoon. The GEF CSO network appreciates and thanks the GEF for the opportunity to present our views on the strategic country cluster evaluation of SIDS. Apart from the challenges and drivers presented today that are supposed to be affecting SIDS worldwide, which I actually recognize that presentation from the ECW in St. Lucia in 2019. Our comments and recommendations are based on the report presented to Council for discussion. Therefore, GEF finance projects in SIDS which align with government priorities should be consistent and include indigenous people, communities, private sector, and CSOs. Indigenous people, communities, private sector, and CSOs should be part of and have specific roles and responsibilities in the government PIFs. An independent body in consultation with indigenous peoples and communities, private sector, and CSOs should identify and prioritize the national environmental challenges. We recognize that the project outcomes and execution is directly proportionate to fund size. Therefore, we should review the criteria that allow the comparison of outcomes of differently sized projects. We also recommend that the SGP fund ceiling and time frame be increased. Conclusion drawn is a very general statement and quite negative in the report. It is better to encourage all these different sectors to work together to improve sustainability in a positive manner. The report further refers to chemicals. Does this include plastics? If not, it must be covered as a major concern and devastating problem for all SIDS. We do not agree with the low assessment of the amount of CSOs involved in GEF projects. It is they who apply for UNDP SGP grants. CSOs also help to form policy and laws together with the PFPs in countries and are considered to be partners. Thank you very much from the Caribbean.
Thank you very much. Cordula, please, followed by Thea.
Thank you. Well, we welcome the strategic country cluster evaluation of SIDS and the recommendations of the IEO. We note with some concern the comparatively lower performance of GEF interventions in SIDS, the lack of local capacities and issues in project planning, management, and monitoring seem to constitute significant barriers for effective action. We therefore call on the staff and the Secretariat to tightly monitor these issues when reviewing project proposals in SIDS and to focus on the coherence between projects and the comprehensive applications of lessons learned. We also note that private sector engagement, lack of exit strategies, and follow-on financing were identified as key barriers. In this context, we call on the agencies to increase engagement with local stakeholders and the Secretariat to develop a dedicated strategy to facilitate these exchanges. It is important that in all projects, clear and good exit strategies are in place. We would like to ask the GEF Secretariat to look closely at options specifically for SIDS, how long-term sustainability beyond the life of the project can be ensured. With regard to gender aspects, we are concerned by insufficient progress and call on the Secretariat to take respective action and on the IEO to monitor gender mainstreaming in projects in SIDS. Lastly, we would like to voice concerns about the recommendation with reference to energy sources with high technology risks, like tidal and ocean wave power, reminding of the need, also a finding of the evaluation of existing local capacities for energy transition. This being said, we look forward to the implementation of the recommendations, which will help to ensure more effective climate action in SIDS and building up enabling environments and capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Cordula. Thea, please, followed by Fituri.
Thank you. The UK welcomes the strategic country cluster evaluation of the SIDS and endorses its recommendations. We appreciate and concur with many of the previous interventions. We welcome the evaluation's focus on the GEF intervention's environmental outcomes from the country perspective, as well as on the determinants of their sustainability. In line with our response to the semi-annual evaluation report, we particularly welcome the recommendation that GEF agencies should design more integrated programs for the SIDS to better respond to their whole island needs, as well as the increased focus on cross-cutting issues. Like Switzerland, we also note the recommendation that, where justified, multi-phase projects should be prioritised in order to generate more sustainable outcomes. We also note that it appears that projects find it difficult to apply for a further tranche of funding. Could the Secretariat therefore consider a more systematic approach to scaling and to facilitating multi-phase projects? And finally, we look forward to future country cluster evaluation reviews. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. Vitura, please.
My constituency would like to place on record our appreciation to the IEO for their strategic country cluster evaluation of small island developing states. I observed that of the 10 field visits undertaken, 4 were conducted respectively in the Ames region and the Caribbean, with only 2 in the Pacific. But notwithstanding that discrepancy in the number of SIDS visits, I think overall the report's conclusions and resulting recommendations are quite positive, to say the least. I think importantly for my own SIDS constituency members, I think the report is a clear validation and a huge vote of confidence in terms of the GEF's partnerships with small island developing states. I think it also underscores the importance of GEF's continuous and active engagement with small island developing states, given their vulnerability to the impacts of climate change, especially caused by being at the front line of such impacts, and coupled with their own unique features and peculiarities. I think that's what I want to emphasize. In fact, one of the reasons why Samoa offered to host the third UN Conference on Small Island Developing States in 2014 was to allow the international community to see firsthand the realities of small island developing states, because we can make a powerful PowerPoint presentation, we can show pictures, but there is no substitute with actually being on the ground and seeing it, and experiencing it firsthand. So I think the evaluation report is a big bonus indeed, but I can't help but wonder as to why adaptation is missing from the recommendations. Yet, this is an area of importance that should be explicitly addressed. I think the document does recognize that the support to SIDS has been increasingly important for the GEF during the last few years, especially because of the need for climate change adaptation. And so I think for my constituency, it will be useful to reflect that reality in the conclusions and recommendations, given that this will guide the GEF's work in SIDS. I think the report confirms that GEF financing continues to be highly relevant to SIDS with positive environmental outcomes, and it also highlights remaining challenges of building lasting institutional capacity in SIDS and also limited agency presence in SIDS. So while the recommendations mention these issues as areas for improvement, I think they could be more specific and action-oriented to inform GEF's upcoming work on assisting SIDS in addressing these challenges. Otherwise, we'll have to try and second-guess. What does this recommendation specifically mean? Is it just for us to know it? I mean, so I think that would be my suggestion. I think it's important to have action-oriented recommendations so that it would be easier for the Council to give guidance and also to finalize decisions on some of these recommendations. But otherwise, it's a great report, and as I said, I think we welcome its, especially the vote of thanks and especially the confidence in terms of what SIDS are trying to do, because at the end of the day, the Global Environment Facility was established, especially to help those countries at the front line of the impacts of climate change, it's more by design than by choice. And the fact that they can only do so much, means that at the end of the day, they will continue to need the support of international institutions, and also our circle of friends, our development partners, will continue to be as supportive as possible when we need their help. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vituri. And I will ask the Council your permission for me to take off my co-chair's hat, because unfortunately I don't have an alternate member here present who was not available to attend the meeting, and I am indeed also the Caribbean constituency's chair. So if you don't mind, I am going to speak on behalf of the Caribbean constituency. So I would like to thank the EIO, my constituency of 15 sovereign states, for the assessment done. And we appreciate the findings and the recommendations. However, we are concerned that we would need to have further dialogue on some of the general statements made, which we find to be too general and maybe not necessarily grounded in fact. And also to reemphasize that all SIDS is not a homogeneous group. In the SIDS cluster, there are varying levels of development. And one must take into account that SIDS are not only impacted by natural disasters, but they're also impacted by external economic shocks, external geopolitical issues that also impact upon how SIDS operate within the space. And so it is important to take all of those factors into account when we are executing projects. I think SIDS have made a very concerted effort to ensure that all the support given, financial, technical support given, are fully utilized within the constraints of each state. And I think they have been able to make some strides. The recommendations, as Faturi just said, also needed to be more elaborated because we are not sure how those recommendations would be actually be operationalized. How would they be applied? And in fact, in some cases, the recommendations are too restrictive. They do not speak to necessarily where, in some cases, SIDS would like to go. For instance, the blue economy for SIDS is an important issue, but also the circular economy is also an important issue. The orange economy is also an important issue for many, many SIDS, including my own country. So these are some of the issues, and we would like to also, in the future, to see more elaboration on the external risks and risk assessments as part of the evaluation that is done. So that being said, I think it's a good start. I think it has given the Council something on which to react to. And I think it would have been very interesting to get the feedback from the constituencies on the recommendations to make them a little bit more fulsome and applicable to what we are trying to do in country. But nevertheless, we appreciate that it's a good start. It's something that it is, was required by the Council. And I think going forward, it is something that with the Secretariat's assistance, we can move forward in trying to see how best we can bring up the implementation rate for SIDS countries. Because I note that Gustavo had said when they asked about the rating for Latin America and the Caribbean, he had mentioned that the Caribbean was the lagging part of the LAC region. We do not want to lag the whole region behind. So we would want to increase the support to address the deficiencies that are keeping SIDS back from increasing their implementation. And those are the things that we would like to look at. So we would thank you very much, but we would ask that some even further detail and analysis being done on the evaluation. I now put on back my chairman's hat, and I now
do you want to go first?
Ask the.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much, and I will try to be very brief given the late hour. I'm, of course, very grateful for the questions and for the comments, which have been mostly fairly supportive of the evaluation and even the the very high-level message from Mauritius that we got. So that was very nice. Just a couple of comments from my point of view, and one is the relates to the. As you have observed, so the evaluation has been fairly, quite positive about GEF's role and the relevance of GEF programming in these particular countries. And one of the things that we have been emphasizing in our other reports is also, and in the morning I mentioned about the fragile states, is that the context of where GEF operates matters very much. I think that we had listed some of these generic or general or common challenges, but Geeta in her presentation, I think that she very clearly said that this is not a homogeneous group. So some of the challenges are more common than others, and others are just challenges that pertain to some of the countries, but maybe we have to be more clear on that. Now, one of the things, the question was about these integrated approaches, for example, and we say that they are coming up, but we need more of them, and that probably reflects the fact, the time lag that we are looking at projects that many are from an earlier periods of GEF. But we also did look at this large number of ongoing projects, and we are seeing that there is a trend, there is a change in how GEF is programming, and I don't know if we phrased it correctly then, but basically we are just saying that, yeah, that's good, and it's going to the right direction, and we want more of the same. That was kind of the issue. On the multi-phased projects, maybe the fact is really that these are long-term processes, and the sustainability and coming to sustainable outcomes takes some time. So that would be my answer to that. Then, before I pass it on to Geeta, she must have much more responses and better than mine. But this thing about recommendations is a tricky business. Because we are not the policy makers, we are the evaluators who come and check, what we find. What does the evidence point out to? So actually, the policy making is then, up to the councils, the GEF secretariat supporting that, and the agencies. So we point out to areas where we find issues, and which would, require the attention of the Secretariat and the Council and other participants. So Geeta, you may wish to add.
So first I'd like to say thank you to the 10 countries that helped organize our visits and the agencies who really supported us over a period of 1 year to get this done. So thank you very much. The second is we do have 10 country reports supporting this evaluation, and they will be posted online after this meeting, along with this report. I think we have shared some findings with some countries, but we will, before posting all, we will definitely share the country reports, because that's one level we need to clear. The trickiest questions came from Switzerland on will more presence from other agencies improve performance? It's a counterfactual, hard to address at this point. When it improves, when it increases, and it has already improved in GEF 7, we've noted an increase in the access to more agencies in GEF 7. So it's just that we didn't reflect this in this report. The second is on trade-offs between environmental and socio-economic issues. This is something we're starting to look at actually in a lot of our evaluations, started with the multiple benefits evaluation. We're trying to also get a handle on a good methodology to try and measure these trade-offs before we can actually come to a point where it would be safe for us to recommend. That's why we didn't include it as a recommendation.
Thank you, Geeta. Is there, Gustavo, do you have a management response to? Thank you.
No, I want to touch on the management response. I think it's posted and clear. I'd just like to address a couple of comments. I think in particular whether we are already embracing the recommendations from the evaluation, which the answer is very optimistic. Yes, and if you look at the island's chemicals program, it already embeds key recommendations that come from the evaluation through the integrated nature of the program on waste management and POPs. The knowledge exchange and through the global platform and the regional platform is there, including the training, building capacity of both public and private entities in the handling and management of chemicals and waste is already very central to that. And also the knowledge exchange, one island nation exchanging lessons with the others. And so that will hopefully ensure that there is continuity and there is more sustainability to these efforts and also more impact. The question of multi-phase projects, we have nothing against multi-phase projects. Actually, if they come, we have one in the work program for Comoros that builds on the first phase of one of these projects. Of course, the GEF should not be funding, multiple phases of projects, and we think that using programmatic approaches, which is a more flexible modality, it can address that need for continuity as needed, and address these questions that were raised here. On the question of access to agencies, just one data point that was highlighted in the monitoring report. I think 92% of all SIDS have used 2 or more agencies, and many of them use 3 or 4 already. So in a sense, there is quite an expanded access through a diversity of agencies being reached out to, be extended to SIDS. So that's good. So co-chair, I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. Okay, great. Thank you, and thanks everyone for the inputs, and to thank again for the evaluation that was done. Colleagues, in front of us, we have still a long agenda still to be completed. And so the question to you now is, what do we do for the remainder of our time? So we are 15 minutes upon the hour, and we have agenda item 14, which is relations with the conventions and other international institutions. We also have agenda item 15, but we might think to put agenda item number 15 to tomorrow. There's also agenda item 16, which is on strengthening consultations with civil society, which we may want to move to tomorrow. And then there is the executive session, which we still need to have today. And one then asks the question whether, how long do we anticipate the executive session would last, depending on what we have to discuss. Carola, please.
Thank you. One issue I think we would really want to do today is to come back to the 3 items that we carried forward, to handle those today, please.
Yes. So, yes, so the plan was that we would do those 3 items before the executive session. So what we have in front of us and for your consideration is that we close with 3 big items today. Item number 14 on relations with the conventions and other international institutions. Then we get to the 3 matters with the fiduciary measures, and then we get to the executive session. And we leave agenda items 15 and 16 for tomorrow. Other business also goes tomorrow. And other business for tomorrow. Please remember to adopt the decision. Right. Okay, yeah. Okay. And sorry, and council members, my apologies. Because we got so caught up in the robustness of the SID strategy, we forgot to put to you the decision. So let me close that item of business now. So I put to you the decision, read the strategic country cluster evaluation of the SIDS. Are there any objections? No objections? The decision is so adopted. Okay. Apologies for that again. All right, so I think we should start, because we have not much time. So let us go to agenda item 14, relations with the conventions and other international institutions. And then I would invite Rosanna from the Minamata Convention, and also Elizabeth from the Convention on Biological Diversity to join us. Are they here? Okay, so without further ado, I will just ask Rosanna if you would just make your presentation and then followed by Elizabeth, and then we will open up the floor for discussions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. CEO and Chairman of the Global Environment Facility, Council Co-Chair, Council members, distinguished delegates. I would first like to thank the Council for the invitation to the 57th GEF Council meeting and the opportunity to address you in relation to the Minamata Convention on Mercury, and in particular to report to you on the outcomes of the third meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, which took place in Geneva just a couple of weeks ago from the 25th to the 29th of November. It is again a pleasure for the Minamata Secretariat to be part of the session on relations with the conventions and other international institutions. It is with great enthusiasm that I inform you that the Minamata Convention has now, after only a bit longer than 2 years of its entry into force, 115 parties. The Global Environment Facility has been a partner since the negotiation of the convention and has accompanied the convention's parties in the first, the second, and the third meetings of the Conference of the Parties. The GEF, as one of the entities of the convention's financial mechanism, fulfills a critical role in supporting parties to comply with the obligations under the convention. I thank the GEF and its secretariat for this invaluable support to the implementation of the convention. I would also like to recognize the role of the GEF in the very good pace of ratifications and accessions to the convention in all regions. The support of the GEF, which started with projects already under GEF 5, continued under GEF 6 and GEF 7. Projects have covered enabling activities in almost all eligible countries. 111 countries developed their Minamata Convention initial assessments, and 35 countries prepared their artisanal and small-scale gold mining national action plans. Through various other projects, the GEF has contributed positively to the reduction of mercury use, emissions, and releases to protect human health and the environment. An important area of cooperation between the Secretariat of the Minamata Convention and the GEF Secretariat is the support of the latter in the appraisal process of applications to the specific international program, which is the other entity of the financial mechanism of the convention. A representative of the GEF Secretariat contributed to the appraisals of project proposals submitted to both the first and the second round of applications, prepared by the Secretariat of the Minamata Convention for the governing board of the program in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Furthermore, the GEF Secretariat generously hosted the fourth meeting of the governing board of the specific international program last September, where the board considered and approved project proposals for funding under the second round. This collaboration between the two secretariats has been essential to ensure complementarity and avoid duplication of funding allotment with the GEF in accordance with the terms of reference for the specific international program. I am also very glad to report the work undertaken with the GEF Small Grants Program, with whom, thanks to the financial support from Norway, we made it possible to have representatives of indigenous communities in COP3. They play, as you may be aware, a very important role in the implementation and effectiveness of the convention, as they are the main actors involved in artisanal and small-scale gold mining, which is the largest source of emissions of mercury. We hope to be able to institutionalize the holding of a session with indigenous communities representatives in the future sessions of the COP. At your previous meeting here last June, you considered and approved the Memorandum of Understanding between the Minamata Convention COP and the GEF Council, as adopted by the second meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Minamata Convention. The GEF Secretariat further to your request, transmitted your approval to the COP. The MOU is now in effect. Last June, at your 56th meeting, we also referred to the impact at scale expected to be achieved through the modality of global cross-cutting programs, like the Global Opportunities for the Long-Term Development of the Artisanal and Small-Scale Gold Mining Sector, known as the Planet Gold Program. And at the same meeting last June, you approved the program implementing sustainable low and non-chemical development in seeds, known as the Islands Program, to which some beneficiaries are being added under the December 2019 work program that you have just approved. We are sure that meaningful outcomes and results that will contribute to the attainment of the objective of the Convention will be yielded through the unique advantages of these multi-agency global programs. Such programs promote exchange of knowledge and experience across regions to achieve impacts at the global level. And they focus on developing robust public-private sector partnerships in combination with national-level sustainable financial mechanisms. I would like now to update you on the outcomes of COP3, in particular as it refers to the agenda item of the meeting that directly relates to the GEF, namely the review of the financial mechanism of the Convention. Article 13 of the Minamata Convention defines a mechanism for the provision of adequate, predictable, and timely financial resources, which includes the GEF and the specific international program, as we just mentioned, to support capacity building and technical assistance. The COP provided guidance to the GEF in its decision 1.5 and guidance on the operations of the specific international program in its decision 1.6, both adopted at COP1. COP2 agreed in November last year to request the Secretariat to compile the information to be provided by the GEF, by the specific international program, parties, and other sources, which was identified in paragraph 11 of Article 13 of the Convention as being necessary for the review of the financial mechanism of the Convention, and to present a synthesis of such information for the consideration of the parties at its third meeting. Paragraph 11 of Article 13 states that the Conference of the Parties shall review the financial mechanism no later than at its third meeting, and thereafter on a regular basis. And that based on such review, take appropriate action to improve the effectiveness of the mechanism. The review shall examine the level of funding, the guidance provided by the conference to the entities entrusted to operationalize the financial mechanism and their effectiveness, and their ability to address the changing needs of developing country parties and parties with economies in transition. The GEF provided the Minamata Secretariat in May this year information relating to the review of the financial mechanism. The governing board of the specific international program, in its meeting held in February this year, also agreed on its input to the review process. The Secretariat then prepared the relevant synthesis document for COP3 as requested by COP2. The submissions received from the GEF and the SIP were also made available to the COP. COP3 adopted a decision on the review of the financial mechanism, welcoming the report on the first review prepared by the Secretariat, on the basis of which the COP undertook the first review in accordance with Article 13 of the Convention. In that decision, the COP requested the Secretariat to prepare terms of reference for the second review for consideration by COP4, which is scheduled to take place in November 2021. The Minamata Convention Secretariat looks forward to continuing the very good collaboration and excellent work relationship with the GEF and the GEF entities. And I personally would like to say goodbye as my mandate comes to an end next January. Thanking once again the GEF Council and the GEF Secretariat for the superb support in the successful implementation of the Convention. Your contribution to the protection of human health and the environment from the negative effects of mercury will, with no doubt, lead the world to make mercury history. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosanna. Elizabeth, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair, Madam Ishii, distinguished members of the GEF Council, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct pleasure for me to address this meeting of the GEF Council at this critical juncture of the life of the Convention on Biological Diversity. In just 2 weeks' time, we are stepping into a new year, which is being called by many as the Super Biodiversity Year. Indeed, the international community has already started to review what has been achieved on the global strategy of biodiversity for the year 2011-2020 and its associated Aichi targets, and debates on what needs to be done in the next 10 years and beyond. We have seen strong scientific evidence for the global biodiversity framework with a higher level ambition. From the special reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, to the Intergovernmental Science and Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, IPBS, and the recent Production Gap report, as well as the Emission Gap report, all points to the same message. Business as usual does not help and is no longer an option. The political momentum is building up. We have seen the African Ministerial Conference on Environment last month in Durban, South Africa, established a core group to articulate Africa perspective, priorities, and common positions. We have also seen for the first time the presidents of France and China jointly issued a communique on biodiversity and climate change, clearly also showing the nexus between the two themes. Inside the CBD process itself, with the participation of the GEF Secretariat, we have already completed a series of regionally based consultations, as well as the first meeting of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. A set of theme-based consultations have been unfolding, and the second meeting of the negotiating group will take place next February in Kunming, China, with the third one taking place in July in Cali, Colombia, which will finalize the development of the post-2020 framework for consideration by COP15. And I recognize the co-chair of the working group present with us in the room, one of the co-chairs. A new website for CBD has also just been launched today, so if we go to the cbd.int website, we'll see a new face. Dear friends, the regional and thematic consultations so far all considered GEF support to be of critical importance to the successful post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. 3 of the 4 paragraphs of Article 21 of the Convention concerning financial mechanisms are about financial mechanism, and the GEF, or Global Environmental Facility, is the core financial mechanism under the Convention. At its meeting last year, the 14th Conference of the Parties to the Convention, by decision 14/23, encouraged the Executive Secretary to work closely with the GEF in the transition to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. It also asked us to work closely with agencies associated with the Global Environmental Facility in the transition to the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, taking into account the need to promote greater synergy between the Global Environmental Facility as well as other financing mechanisms. I come here, therefore, to seek your help, your guidance on exactly how then the countries in future implementing the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will continue to receive their financial mechanism and support from the GEF. The future framework will likely have two reference timelines. We'll have a timeline aligned to the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, and then we'll also seek to promote transformative changes consistent with the Sustainable Development Goals, with the second long-term timeline leading us to our 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. This time, the framework will present an opportunity both for the Convention and the Global Environmental Facility to reflect on a longer-term perspective that will enable successive GF replacement cycles to deliver a whole that will be greater than the sum of individual GF replacement cycles, as well as greater than the sum of individual GF global focal area programming. Let's look at country readiness. Looking back at the past decade, fifth replacement of the GF ran between mid-2010 until mid-2014. It generously allocated a sizable amount of funding to assist with the updating and revising the national biodiversity strategies and action plans for recipient countries. Approximately 66% of the recipient countries had their updated and revised national biodiversity strategies and action plans, or NBSAPs, put in place for implementation at the time of the 13th meeting of the Conference of the Parties in late 2016. You may have noted that late 2016 was already beyond the midpoint of this decade, and not much time, therefore, was left or available for the recipient countries to actually undertake the implementation of the NBSAPs updated or revised. And even if the national biodiversity strategies and action plans had been developed and adopted as a national policy document, still time was inadequate. We hope looking into the future, we have learned a lesson and we can learn further. 3/4 of the national biodiversity strategies and action plans of the GEF recipient countries have a time span of up to 2020, which means end of next year. And the remaining quarter, 1/4 of the NBSAPs will need to realize with the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Taking this into consideration, I understand that GF7 replacement package has already taken into account the need to update and revise the national planning documents in response to post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And we also intend to maximize the effectiveness of utilizing this funding allocation. It will be better to capitalize on the political momentum now and hopefully making the funding available for implementation immediately upon the adoption of the framework to avoid more time to be lost. Let's look at integration, dear colleagues. The financial mechanism is an integral part of the Convention on Biological Diversity, and I'm pleased to note the integrating efforts between the two secretariats. The GEF7 Biodiversity Focal Area Strategy has aligned seamlessly well with the 4-year framework of program priorities 2018 to 2022 adopted by the 13th Conference of the Parties in its decision 13/21, leaving no gap in the international policy consensus and implementation. The 5th review of the effectiveness of the financial mechanism by the Conference of the Parties used the 6th comprehensive evaluation of the Global Environmental Facility as the basis, and many recommendations contained therein were taken up by the Conference of the Parties. The two secretariats continue to work on these integrative efforts, and we hope will continue to be able to complement each other. There are still more to be achieved. For instance, the profile of the GEF and the CBD are inherently interlinked or linked with each other, but each secretariat has limited staffing on communication and limited reach. There should be, we hope, more beneficial communication and outreach efforts. This is very important, especially for the biodiversity super year, as we need urgent action. There will be need for enhanced action, need for comprehensive transformative action, and need for communicating with the general public as well as the high-level decision makers. To conclude, distinguished council members, we have come to the historic moment on biodiversity. In September 2020, the United Nations General Assembly will also convene a summit on biodiversity at the level of heads of states and governments, exactly probably a month ahead of the 15th Conference of the Parties to the convention itself, in order to highlight the urgency of action at the highest level in support of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that will contribute to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, as well as place the global community on a path towards realizing the 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. In October 2020, the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention will be convened together with the high-level segment to adopt the final text of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that we hope will be ambitious, innovative, transformative, and practical. The theme of the conference will be ecological civilization, building on a shared future for all on Earth. It will be, we hope, one of the largest gatherings on biodiversity in the history or in the life of the convention. Post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will be of a generational importance and will likely shape the world not just for the next few years, but for the decades to come. I look forward to your engagement, with your participation in the year-long process as we look forward to seeing you all in Kunming, China next year in October. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Rosina and Elizabeth. And because our invited guest is going to have to catch a flight, we will just invite the OEWG chair for the post-2020 to make his statement, and then we will open up the floor for discussions.
Thank you, and good afternoon, and thank you for giving me some time. I've prepared a few slides, and I don't know if AV people are able to show those slides. Some are, there is part of that is the model we're preparing to use. While this is done, I will start, and we're trying to prepare a framework that is fundamentally different from what we've been doing in the past in the CBD. This is what we call a framework for all. A framework for all of government, and you can move straight to slide number 2. A framework for the whole of government, for all level of government, for institution, intergovernmental like yours, for civil society, for business and NGOs. We're trying to build a new approach for biodiversity that is more integrated, that is driver-based, that is inclusive on non-traditional stakeholders. I've taken a lot of attention this afternoon when I heard your conversation about the role of business, and that is recognizing the key roles of indigenous people and local communities. Next slide. This is the model we're proposed and we've briefed parties about. And you will see there a fundamental difference is that in the past there was a lot of focus on reducing the threats on the part about conservation and the conservation objective of the convention. What we're trying to reflect here is the equal standing of the other objectives, which is about how nature is meeting people's needs. Food on the table, shelter, the environmental service, sheltering people from damage, etc. And then to do that, there is a number of needs and there is a number of tools and solutions, including laws and regulation, capacity building, resource mobilization, and all that is contained into the enabling conditions and tools and solutions. Elizabeth Mrema talked about the dual dimension of the timeline. We have a vision, living in harmony with nature. That vision needs to be expressed in terms of goals for 2050, and those goals has to be stepped down to 2030. A message we receive very clearly from the parties is that they want to understand how the action they're taking today are enabling realization of the vision. So how we make those links and how we provide assurance that the agenda we're creating is one that's going to be enabling reaching the decision. This is a response to the IPBES. Under the reducing threats, you will find the 5 drivers of biodiversity loss. And basically what we're trying to do is do integration with the other agenda in close alignment with the climate change agenda. In order to realize that very ambitious framework, we're going to need, parties are asking that we put means and financial mechanism on the table. And that's where your organization, and we're looking to you, to provide us with the means for that ambition. That's going to be a critical element in our strategy. Looking at the next slide, please, looking at what are the cross-cutting themes, and I was very pleased to hear some of the comments this afternoon in terms of what is happening, and you, as you know, in reading the IPBES reports, there is the direct drivers of biodiversity loss. We all know them, but there are the indirect drivers. Production, consumption, how people make decisions on the food they put on their table, how that food is brought to that table. So the whole food production is an element that is extremely important. And I note that your work on food, land use, and restoration would be a very important piece of that action. We will have to capitalize on the many actors, and particularly was pleased to hear Keurig this afternoon. Some of them are here on the list. Multilateral organization and governments. We have talked about many events that are coming. The IUCN Congress coming up in July, the UN General Assembly in this country a little bit later in September. So really, indeed, take home a super year. Last line, the message I want to leave with you is we're trying to build a unifying framework. So it is not just a framework for the biodiversity people, it is a framework for all. It is going to have to be an ambitious framework, and Elizabeth talked about the need to have a transformational change. And then success in this framework will be depending not so much on the engagement of the biodiversity people, but from the engagement of others, on your engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And so, council members, now turn your attention and invite you for comments on document 57/9, which is on the conventions and other international institutions, as well as the interventions made by the two executive secretaries. The floor is now open. Ari, please.
It's very nice moment. I was waiting it whole day. Yes, first of all, we would like to thank for the CBD acting executive secretary, and then also Rosalind, and also BRS secretariat for successfully organizing all that important meetings this year, and I think you all deserve a very good holiday. Just because we are ahead of time, so let me get straightforward. Well, on our Aichi targets, the 10 years program, there are many countries completed NBSAP after 5 years and 6 years, you know, and still there are some countries not really fully meeting the targets of Aichi in their NBSAPs. So my comment, or I would say request, is our constituency really want both CBD Secretariat and GEF Secretariat to work together how to fix this issue. And then also, it would be a very bad thing, and then I think all the people would agree, we don't want to spend another 4 or 5 years to have NBSAP in the period of, almost in meeting the period of reporting back. So if you could work together to initiate or to develop alternative roadmap how to enable countries, particularly the developing countries, to revise and then also to develop the additional NBSAPs to support the post-2020. And the second item I would like to comment is the Montreal Protocol. I saw in a report this GEF Secretariat didn't participate in the 31st Montreal Protocol MOP, and I think it's important. Montreal Protocol is important because it also covers climate change through energy and then resource efficiency, heating, cooling, that matters to many of the countries, and then agriculture, food, and then mainly to the human well-being. So I would like to request or I would like to ask GEF Secretariat consideration to participate, to continue your active participation to the Montreal Protocol as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ari. Adriano, followed by Rob.
One request, we would like our voice to the request of the COP24 climate change recognizes that there's a reduction in the GEF funds for the climate change window. So we ask that that window not be, a care should be given to that window and use mechanisms that are directed to that end, as well as we would like to see more initiatives that would articulate GEF and GCF. Both are mechanisms of the conventions, and in keeping with the decision 18 of the CMA1, the Paris Agreement, the support of GEF to developing country. We appreciate the effort made by the Secretariat to work with the implementing agents so that they simplified and standardize the procedures, formats, and timeframes for a rapid access to the required funds so that we can comply with the biannual cycle of the enhanced transparency framework. Thank you.
Rob, followed by, well, where's Peter? well, whoever is sitting for, Bob, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rosanna and Elizabeth, for those very interesting reports, and also our invited guest. I'm sorry I didn't get your name, but thank you very much for those very informative and important reports. The United States appreciates the ongoing coordination with the MEAs by the GEF Secretariat, including their engagement at the conferences of the parties. We have a few specific comments on the elements of the Secretariat document for the different conventions. First, we did note that under the section on the Stockholm Convention, there are references to the Basel and Rotterdam conventions, which we feel are somewhat extraneous, as the GEF is not their financial mechanism. So we just wanted to point that out. On the UNFCCC, we appreciate, as always, the information on national reporting and communication. As we move closer to the GEF 8 negotiations, we look forward to discussing as a council how to plan for the introduction of the next reporting paradigm, the biennial transparency reports associated with the Paris Agreement. We see this as an opportunity to help streamline climate reporting and work to reducing to the extent possible the long delays and other challenges in accessing funds for climate reporting reported by some countries. On the Minamata Convention, we welcome the information presented here and are happy to see a number of new ratifications, as Rosanna pointed out, during the reporting period. We are also quite happy to have been able to welcome the first review, again, as Rosanna pointed out, of the financial mechanism a few weeks ago at COP3. Finally, we want to express appreciation for the GEF's ongoing efforts to support the collaboration with the SIP, the Specific International Program, including their hosting of the third meeting of the Governing Board in September. And we also just want to give a special thanks to Rosanna. Thank you, Rosanna, for the great leadership you've brought for the past 2 years as we've got the Minamata Convention up and running. I think the convention is in an excellent place thanks to you, and really appreciate your contributions. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anna?
Thank you. Good evening, colleagues. So we would like to welcome the report. We would like to thank the Secretariat, particularly the CEO, for their continued and expanding engagement with MEAs and other institutions. In particular, I want to highlight the great coordination and collaboration with the Green Climate Fund and with the Adaptation Fund. The CEO's leadership in developing these partnerships has been fundamental to strengthened relationships. Through these efforts, we are seeing the UNFCCC rhetoric of complementarity and coherence across the financial mechanism becoming a reality. We look forward to seeing further and deepening cooperation between the GEF and other international institutions, particularly during the super year of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next is Lauren.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. And we thank the Secretariat for the report and for the presentations that were given now. As we have mentioned at previous Council meetings, it is essential that GEF policies keep strong links to policy guidance from the conventions. Even though the GEF is increasingly focusing on integrated approaches, which we of course support, we believe that there still needs to be strong links between the conventions and the GEF. We encourage the GEF to continuously look for projects with co-benefits in other areas. For example, projects in areas of environment and biodiversity that also provide co-benefits in areas of climate adaptation. We also look for possibilities between ocean biodiversity and climate. We welcome the recent work undertaken by the GEF Secretariat and the GCF Secretariat on complementarity and coherence, and we encourage further division of labor taking into consideration the comparative advantages of each of these funds. We encourage also collaboration between the CBD Secretariat and the GEF Secretariat, especially in the process of developing a new global framework for biodiversity. In terms of policy guidance from the conventions that I mentioned at the beginning, the GEF 7 programming directions state that plastic waste can contribute to the POPs challenge, as POPs contained in plastics can be released in the environment, including oceans, if not properly managed. And I'm citing from the GEF programming directions. It further says that there are clear linkages to the Stockholm Convention. And as we have mentioned previously, we would request some information on how the GEF Secretariat has collaborated with the Stockholm Convention on measures to deal with marine plastic litter under the two focal areas of chemical waste and international waters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lauren. CSO Network.
Dear GEF Council member, thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Dil Raj Khanal from Nepal, working with Federation of Community Forestry Users Nepal, which is called FECOFON. On this specific point of agenda, we would like to state that there has been a significant effort by the various convention secretariat on developing mechanism to ensure indigenous peoples and local communities' participation. However, we find it difficult to comment on this specific document, as the following questions related to civil society and indigenous peoples and local communities' participation in international conventions still remain. When will GEF make available dedicated financial resources and mechanism to ensure anticipated participation and effective participation of civil society organizations and indigenous peoples and local communities in the international convention? Is the GEF financial support to the GEF CSO network enough to ensure global standard, to ensure civil society organization participation and participation in international convention? At what scale can GEF report on overlapping of GEF financial projects and other international convention projects? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Ben, followed by the Montreal Protocol Secretariat.
Many thanks, Co-Chair. And thanks for the update on the conventions and the report of the activities of the GEF in support of multilateral environment agreements. The UK, through Law Professor Nick Stern as our head of delegation, enjoyed joining OCO on the platform for the launch of a Global Commission on Adaptation report at the UNCCD COP14 and also the UNSG's Climate Action Summit in September on the same issue. The UK looks forward to welcoming GEF at the UNFCCC COP26 in Glasgow next year, which we are hosting in our presidency in partnership with Italy, where we will put climate change and protecting the environment at the heart of the multilateral agenda of milestones through the super year of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next is the Montreal Protocol, followed by Cordula.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair. The implementation of the Montreal Protocol is on course and compliance by parties with their obligations under the Montreal Protocol is extremely high and has stayed so almost unchanged for many years. The Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, which entered into force on 1st January this year, has to date been ratified by 91 parties, almost half of the 198 parties of the Montreal Protocol. The implementation of the Kigali Amendment has started, beginning with the freezing of production and consumption of the group of 18 hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs in short. The countries with economies in transition, which receive funding from the Global Environment Facility for implementation of the Montreal Protocol, have already initiated internal procedures for ratification of the Kigali Amendment, and one of the incentives to do so is the promised or assured funding from this facility. Next year, actually in the next 12 days, on 1st January 2020, another important milestone will be reached by parties to the Montreal Protocol. A group of industrialized countries, on an Article 5 parties in the Montreal Protocol jargon, will achieve 100% reduction of production and consumption of the last group of ozone-depleting substances the hydrochlorofluorocarbons, HCFCs. After that date, they will be allowed to retain an allowance of 0.5% of base level production of these substances until 1st January 2030 for servicing refrigeration and air conditioning equipment that will be existing by 1st January 2020. After this milestone, concentration of the implementation of the Montreal Protocol will mainly focus on the gradual reduction of production and consumption of HCFCs under the Kigali Amendment, a process which is expected to be completed in the next 2 decades by developed countries and almost 3 decades by developing countries. On behalf of the parties to the Montreal Protocol, the Secretariat is grateful for the continued financial support by the Global Environment Facility to the countries with economic transition to enable them implement and comply with the Montreal Protocol. The universal implementation of the protocol has largely been successful because of the predictable funding from the 2 funding sources, the multilateral fund for the implementation of the protocol, which caters for developing countries, and the Global Environment Facility, which provides funding for the countries with economic transition. We are grateful for this support, which has enabled to make the Montreal Protocol a success story in the implementation of international environmental treaties and protection of the environment broadly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cordula next.
Well, first, thank you to the representatives of the convention for their reports. We welcome very much the GEF's efforts to create synergies between the various conventions for which it operates as a financing mechanism. We, like others, we appreciate very much the GEF's good cooperation with international institutions like the Adaptation Fund, the GCF, but also the UN Forum on Forests in support of the implementation of the UN Strategic Plan on Forests and the work in the Collaborative Partnership on Forests. We would be very interested in learning how, what the GEF counts to do in contribution of the many events that are coming up in the next year. What will be your contribution to UNFCCC, the CBD, but also to the events of the other conventions? This will be a hard year for you, but it's also an interesting year, and we would like to see what you want to contribute.
Thank you, Cordula. I'll now invite Naoko to say a few words, then the team to respond to any of the questions posed.
Thank you, Gillian. First, I'd like to extend our sincere gratitude to Rosanna for your tremendous leadership exercise for the first 2 years of the convention, which to make it up and running. Thank you so much. Without you, the Minamata Convention wouldn't have been in this situation, so thank you. Second, about CBD, actually that we, GEF Secretariat and the CBD Secretariat actually see things quite similarly. I think it is political moment for us to see, so how we can make best of Super Year 2020. You said Super Year Biodiversity, but it's not only biodiversity, it's Super Year Nature 2020. So actually we really see the things the same way. And it's not just a word, and it's actually the actions. And as I said in my film, already a year ago, but an opening, I think that GEF's strengths to really work together with the CBDs, not only just come up with a target, which an entire business CSOs are very busy thinking about it, but also show the pathway. And that's why actually that I think he has already left, but then as the open working group co-chair actually rightly mentioned, our program like food and land use and restoration could really help countries to see that the pathway how to achieve a biodiversity target, because that as we all know, food and land use system is the largest driver of the biodiversity loss. And you already have this instrument which actually unites a lot of partners. And I was actually smiling that in his slide, Unilever, the Nestle, and Danone, and those people are already in our partner in this food and land use program, including also institutions like IDH, which mentioned by Netherlands chair. So I think we have an instrument to use. It's really us that how to make it most useful to the discussion and actually the realization of our dream, the super year 2020. So we are with you together, fighting this together. So I just would like to ask Gustavo Ortiz to continue to respond.
Thank you so much. Gustavo and I will try to respond to some of the comments and questions raised. First, there was a question from Ecuador as well as the United States related to the whole notion of how we're going to support the BNM transparency reporting as well as the streamlining of the reporting under the UNCCC. We indeed, we also look at this as an opportunity for us to streamline as well as to offer opportunities to countries to be able to do the reporting on timely as well as effective and efficient manner. We've started having informal discussions with key partners as well as countries to see how the opportunities could be lined up within the context of the available resources in GEF7, and we do think that that conversation will continue to be held throughout the first and second half of 2020, so that by the time we go to Glasgow for COP26, we'll have better practical ideas of how this could be supported in a more effective and efficient manner. You want to take the rest?
Yes, just a couple of comments. On the U.S. comment about based on Rotterdam conventions, of course, we are not a financial mechanism, but we did receive guidance from the Stockholm COP to explore synergies with the chemicals cluster. So we are reporting on that engagement. Of course, we're not providing financing directly to neither of these two conventions. And on, I think, Norway's comments about chemicals and plastics, we actually are engaged in quite active discussions, technical discussions, with the Stockholm Convention Secretariat on that front. And we'll have on February 20, actually, a technical meeting with them looking at the aspects of programming, including on the islands, chemicals and waste program, where plastics is a particular piece. And if you're interested, we can probably report in the next council meeting some of the findings on that. Thank you.
Thank you. In response to Germany's question as well as other questions regarding what the GEF will do in terms of the Super Year 2020, I think Naoko already clarified some our overall vision as well as strategy. But practically speaking, we started to have discussions with the convention secretariats. Actually, we had an MEA dialogue on Monday, and there we discussed what can we do to help the conventions reach their goals, and also what can they do to help us help them. So I think that kind of conversation will continue to happen so that that we're on the same page as to how we move forward. And because, I mean, there are a lot of meetings as well as a lot of visions, and some of these meetings as well as visions are, I would say, complementary and overlapping. So we need to make sure that that we are entering in the most effective way possible. So.
Thank you. And to Gordula's question on our engagement with UNFF, we actually are an active partner to CPF, the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, which in turn provides technical support to UNFF, including to the upcoming forum. And there will be a meeting of principals of CPF collaborative organizations coming up in February, which the GEF will participate. And we're also helping the members to identify potential projects that can benefit from GEF funding across the different spectrums of the SFM priorities in countries. And we have supported a a technical preparation service to bring these projects forward in countries that have had difficulties in articulating these projects. So the engagement there is quite active, and we hope that this can continue this year, despite the many engagements that we need to continue having. No, I'm not going to take that.
Okay, thank you, team. So now I invite the Council to adopt the decision related to relations with conventions and other international institutions. Any objections? I see no objections. The decision is adopted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rosanna. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Yes.
All right. Good evening to everyone. We really need to finish that those three pending draft decision, and we distributed two of them before lunch, and one is now I'm distributing. It's about the private sector engagement strategy, and we would like to actually that maybe start with which one do you want to do? Monitoring?
Fiduciary, maybe.
Fiduciary one. Do you have it in front of you? I hope.
Thank you very much, Naoko. So all council members will have received last night late, around 10 o'clock, first an electronic copy of the first version of the proposed changes to the updated policy on minimum fiduciary standards. The very useful comments that we got and the conversation that went on throughout the morning on the same led to a revised version that was distributed on paper and electronically right before lunch break. So first, let me thank very much the council members for not just their very useful suggestions, but also the spirit of convergence and mutual listening that allowed us to converge on that document. So as it stands right now on paper, per the distribution of right before lunch, I would like to flag only one need for additional change that is currently not represented in the document, but that we definitely agree with, and in fact, thank a council member for spotting. I'm referring to the recommended council decision, paragraph 2, in which it is represented in the paper that the partner agency reports as an information document. It's in fact a decision document that will be submitted, and we fully agree with that. The idea here is exactly parallel to what we discussed yesterday on safeguards, which is that the self-assessment combined with the external assessment leads to improvement plans and representations by agency of their commitment to carry on. That document, which is the report, the equivalent report on fiduciary, would come to council for decision. So it is decision instead of information there. Let me recap very briefly the changes which are all highlighted in a different color in the document, but paragraph 4 has been added to the recommended council decision. Second, in the paragraph 2 of Annex B1, there has been an addition, and ensure that but this refers to partner agencies ensuring that indeed they meet the minimum fiduciary standards. In paragraph 3 of Annex B1, we have added the last proposition at the end of the paragraph. And the intent here is to really clarify that, of course, the obligation of agencies is not limited to adoption of policy, but indeed the intent is that it includes a commitment to implement. So that's the purpose of the change. On the section on co-financing, as was already agreed during the discussion yesterday, on the suggestion of the Japan chair, we have added, including information on co-financing. On the section on investigative function, first, we have adopted the recommendation we had yesterday in the meeting to change the sequence of the various points to reflect the chronological order in which these steps take place. So that's now done. We have also added the II point, as it was represented that it was not a one-time reporting, but also a commitment to continue to report as needed. That was expected from agencies in that case. We also have added, you will have noted, a footnote which refers to the very first sentence of point I in paragraph F, which is explaining what is intended in the terminology under formal review. What does it mean to take under formal review? It refers to allegations that the agency has determined to be credible and merit further formal review or investigation according to agency procedures, per request of clarification. And finally, there has been a number of adaptation to the intent to show reactivity and fast response by agencies, which amount to suggesting when as a language. So when an agency determines that GEF funds are not being used, it has an obligation to communicate about this. So this is the extent of the changes that we are proposing. And the only, I repeat, the only change that is currently not reflected into the document you have in front of you is, in fact, decision instead of information in paragraph 2 of the recommended Council decision.
How about this one? Do I have a wrong copy?
It's for them to suggest. Yeah.
Yes. Marita, please.
Thank you for the effort to find a great language. We have one additional little suggestion. We had one concern throughout this discussion, and that was to have a time element of alert in the reporting part under the section investigation function in F little I, first line. And we don't think the language proposed takes care of that. So we would like to refine the first sentence where it says, report to Council through the Secretariat when an agency determines to take under formal review, instead of what it says there now, when an agency has taken under formal review. We would like to have the active verb in there, so in order to indicate that it's actually at that point that the reporting will take place. And this would take care of our concern. Thank you. Do you want me to repeat it? No.
It seems it's actually that we meant it originally, so then that shows our footnote, and it's more like a legal language. That's why it says the phrase taken under formal review means actually that the agency has determined to be credible and merit further formal review. However, I fully agree with you, so that I'm fine with that. It's more like a question to other council members. And if all of you are happy with that, I think that we can amend it.
Yes, yeah. I'll repeat it. Yes, so the proposal that we're supporting is to substitute in paragraph F little I the current language, which is when an agency has taken under formal review, to when an agency determines to take under formal review. And it will drive, with your permission, a one-letter change in the footnote, actually, right? Just for English sake, the phrase takes under formal review instead of taken under formal review, so that would be related. Yeah? Thank you.
Okay, if it is fine with you, I think that we can take this as a decision, that the proposed decision. All right, seems fine with that. So let's move on to the second draft decision, which is about the monitoring report. Francois?
Thank you very much. So the conclusion of yesterday's meeting relating to the discussion of the monitoring report was that there were 3 areas where council members wanted a little more focus in the decision. One was the idea of inviting the partnership in general to have expedite action on financial closure of projects. The second one was the expressed interest by council members to have the Secretariat at the next edition of the monitoring report on IAPs, IPs, and MFAs in a way that will provide some detailed information. And the third one was the interest in the continuation of the analysis provided in the monitoring report about the SGP program to have detailed information on aspects relating to information on financial management and resource distribution. So these 3 ideas have been introduced and the modified decision that you have on paper in front of you or that you have received electronically around lunch break includes all 3 points, and that's what we're submitting to your approval or reactions.
Any comments on this revised proposed decision? If it looks okay with you? Oh, okay, Peter. No, actually, the both of them. Yeah, no, Peter first. Okay, Petri first.
Sorry, I'm just inquiring whether, are we dealing with the 2 paragraphs, or is it just the first paragraph that we're dealing with? Thank you.
No, it is both paragraphs that reflect the addition on all 3 points discussed yesterday. So the paragraphs that you're looking at, either on the electronic version you got at lunchtime or on paper, is untouched.
I'm referring to the one that refers to the small grants program. That's part of, okay. I have a suggestion to make in the 3rd and 4th line. So where it says the council requests that, and then the wording is special attention, I'm going to suggest maybe we should delete special attention be given to, but just continue, the council requests that information on, and then insert results, comma, and then continue with financial management and resource distribution are provided. So basically it's just 3 words, but no, to be inserted. So it will read, the council requests that information on results, comma, financial management and resource distribution are provided. I thank you.
Maybe we can continue. Peter?
Thank you, Naoko, and I would like to assure colleagues straight away there has been no caucusing between neighbours, but my points are almost identical. I think there is a risk of a misinterpretation that does not reflect the discussion that we had yesterday by the inclusion of special attention. I think it is open to misinterpretation that could be negative both on the part of the implementing agency, the programme and the recipient countries. So I would also ask that there's a consideration that special attention be removed, and I think Ambassador Faturi's textual suggestion satisfies that, and with the addition of results actually strengthens the outcome. So if Council could reflect on that, please. Thank you.
So let me read out how the new sentence would be to make sure we are on the same page. In the context of the reporting requirements relevant to SGP in the GEF policy on monitoring, the Council requests that information on results, financial management and resource distribution be provided.
Does it sound okay with you?
Yes.
Great. All right, so that then this revised proposed decision be adopted. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's move on to the third one. We just distributed it. It's about the private sector engagement strategy. I hope you have time to take a look at it. Oh.
Yes, but we can already spell it out.
Okay, so maybe I should read out.
Thanks, Noko. So the proposal, and we are making extra copies. We ran out of them, but I'll read it again. This is for the private sector engagement strategy. The recommended council decision would read, the council, having considered document GEF/C5706, GEF's private sector engagement strategy, requests the review of the document in light of the discussions held and drawing on broader consultation, and present a revised version for the 58th meeting. Period. Council further requests the GEF Secretariat to prepare an implementation plan for consideration of the Council. Period. The Council extends its appreciation to the Private Sector Advisory Group, PSAG, and invites it to continue dispensing its duties until the end of the GEF 7 replenishment cycle. Period.
Okay, let's go for your comments. Apana?
Yeah.
Is it Anna? Sorry. And is it Lauren? English is wrong.
So,
who do you want to go first?
I wanna go first.
Sorry,
Okay.
it seems almost...
So let's go with Anna. I think you raised your flag first.
I just want to...
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make a suggestion to change the first sentence, because currently it doesn't, it's not grammatically correct, as it's not clear who the action needs to be taken by. So I would suggest the council, having considered document Jeff's private sector engagement strategy, requests the Secretariat to review the document in light of the discussions held, draw on broader consultations, and present a revised version of the 58th, at the 58th meeting, for the 58th meeting, rather.
Aparna?
So I second what Anar has presented, I think.
Thank
That is
you.
what I wanted to also say. Thank you.
And Lauren?
Thank you. I would like to ask, in terms of the second sentence, requesting the GEF Secretariat to prepare an implementation plan for consideration of the Council. When is this expected for? Can we be more precise here? Thank you.
Well, I suppose the intent was to do it together in the 58th replenishment. Council meeting. We hope we can do both, but let's see how the implementation plan evolves, and let's see what's possible by that date. But I think we should try to do both, if that's okay.
Elizabeth? Is that Elizabeth? Okay.
Thank you. I actually had a similar question to Lauren's, and I hear you that you need to sort of see how it progresses, but I wonder if then you could add some language that says, but no later than. So whether it's no later than the December meeting, you would at least have some sort of end date. That would maintain the sort of the time pressure that we all feel. Thank you.
Carola?
That was exactly my point, to add no later than the 59th.
Great. So, Gustavo, do you want to read it one more time so that we can conclude?
No more flags. No.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if I captured everything. The Council, having considered document blah, 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 Jeff's private sector engagement strategy, requests the Secretariat to review the document in light of the discussions held, draw on broader consultations, and present a revised version for the 58th meeting. Council further requests the GEF Secretariat to prepare an implementation plan for consideration of the Council no later than the December 2020 meeting. Correct? The Council extends appreciation. The last remains the same.
59th.
59th, okay. All right, that's more elegant. Do we have a deal?
So this is now adopted, so we have now actually cleared up all three pending decisions, and I'm very happy with that, and thank you so much for your collaboration and your hard work till 7 p.m. Now we need another big decision, that what do we do now, right? So that then we are almost agreed that then we need to postpone the 2 agenda items to tomorrow. Oh, but okay, so that then one is this memorandum of understanding, and this strings, yeah, the CSO topics, then other business. So those 3 need to go to tomorrow. Now the question for you is, do you want to continue that executive session? And on that one, I really would like to ask you, because I am not part of that. I have no idea how demanding it is and how much time you need. Is that good for you to continue, or for you to reconvene tomorrow morning? So, I mean.
And just remind the LDCF meeting, because some will be traveling too.
Yeah. And I just want to remind you that tomorrow you have also the packed agenda, because in addition to those 3 items which we just push to tomorrow, LDCF, SCCF, we have a guest, actually that the chair will be here to actually speak to us, so that we can't really squeeze at the LDCF, SCCF at time, which is only 2 hours, right? So, would you? So that if it seems that I'm kind of hearing that whispering that you have already decided to stay, is that right? More or less. Great. So, okay, so that we, the secretariat, leave the room,
And so that I hope that you could have a very productive, continuous discussion, and we'll see you tomorrow at, in this case, 9 p.m. is all right? So yeah, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.